As the largest private collection for the history of Hellenism, the Gennadius Library is a repository of treasures for the history of Greece through the ages and has evolved into a center for scholarly research of international reputation. The library was started and was founded by Ioannis Gennadios, who was ambassador of Greece in London in the late 19th and early 20th century. And we feel that the collection was one of his ways to stay connected with the fatherland, with Greece. And in this collection, he wanted to pull together the highest creations of the ancient genius and the medieval scholarship of Greeks have bequeathed to the world. The literature, history, science, and art of Greece that, in Gennadios' own words, have inspired the world at large. The library was opened in 1926 with 26,000 books, a collection of Ioannis Gennadios. And today it is our birthday, our 98th birthday. Because the library was opened, the opening was on April 23, 1926, and outside we have placed the deed of gift and a photograph of Ioannis Gennadios and his wife Florence, Amphi, in sort of appreciation to what they have done. And let me read two paragraphs of his inaugural speech here at the library. Gennadios says, "It is certainly impossible for Greece to compete with museums and libraries that were enriched by generous donations many generations ago. However, we're now able to make this city similar to the capitals of the West, diligently collecting and gathering in Athens everything that has been written or published about Greece, to form complete and scientifically documented collections of the zoological, botanical, and geological wealth of the Greek regions, so that we, first, are aware of our own history, and also to attract foreign researchers here as a plentiful and safe source for all information about Greece. Yet," he continues, that first part was in Greek, "Yet," he continues in English, "in whatever language I might have attempted to address you, I know I would have found it difficult to convey to you in adequate terms the feelings that press upon me, my deep sense of thankfulness and appreciation of the man in which, on receiving this gift, you, Mr. President of the Managing Committee of the American School, Professor Edward Copps, and the other members of the Managing Committee," so he's appreciative because they have carried out the terms in which you accepted the donation. "I can say nothing in exaggeration of the courtesy, the delicacy, the goodwill which you all have shown me at every step. A palatial home for the collections treasured here in abiding memory of my father. These collections, under the scholarly stewardship of Dr. Skogin, the then librarian, will, I'm confident, increase in usefulness and multiply in number, even until the pentelic marble of Mr. Thompson's maiden-like Ionic columns begins to bloom forth with those tints of gold which speak of many centuries." This is the flowery speech of Ioannis Gennadios. True to this promise, the Gennadios Library, 90 years later, now houses 50,000 of rare books and bindings, research materials, manuscripts, archives, and works of art that illuminate Hellenism, Greece, and neighboring civilizations from antiquity to modern times. The collection includes unique materials on the institutional history of the Orthodox Church, but also on intellectual, social, cultural, and political facets of this institution. Now, another 90,000 holdings of research titles in open stacks complement the rare books and other collections to create a comprehensive resource for the history of Greece across the ages. Books, pamphlets, albums, and other materials on the history of neighboring countries are organized geographically, with subsections on the Balkans, the history of the Jews, the history of the Near East, and Turkish history, and this is under the large heading of Turkish history in the collection. This collection has close to 1,500 entries, and that was the rare collection, and it is significant that 16 of the library's earliest printed books are related to Turkish affairs. I'm very proud, thus, to stress the fact that the library provides through numerous fellowships, research and public programs, inspiration for scholars and authors and artists. It has therefore become a cultural institution that educates the public and shines and resonates in Athens and internationally by showcasing its treasures. I will zoom in one of our newest programmatic additions, the Constantine and George Macricostas Fellowship at the Gennadius Library, which supports research on Orthodox Christian studies with an emphasis on history, religious traditions, and geographical, geopolitical, and cultural research. It is offered to recent PhDs or PhD students with research projects focusing on the historical, political, and sociological dimensions of Eastern Orthodox religion from late antiquity to the present. It is thus fitting that Dr. Yusuf Ziya Karabicak, this year's recipient of the Macricostas Fellowship, is the convener of this very interesting workshop today, entitled, as you all know, Orthodoxy and the Ottoman World Around It, Cultural and Intellectual Connections, 1657-1861. So I wish to invite him to the podium and ask him to tell us a little bit about the concept of the workshop, and I wish to all of you a fruitful exchange of ideas and thoughts, as scholarly dialogue is the very essence of what we ought to be doing. Thank you.
Hello. Let me start with thanks. Thank you, Maria, for the introduction and for taking a central role in organizing this workshop. Thank you to our participants for agreeing to present their works and for being here. Thank you to our audience for taking the time to be with us today. I would also like to thank Maria Ismaili and everyone else at the Gennadius Library for their invaluable help in organizing this event. And I would like to wish happy birthday to the library itself. The idea for this workshop originated in various conversations about the Patriarchate of Constantinople in the 18th century. This should come as no surprise to those of you who are familiar with my own interests, as I have worked primarily on the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The time frame and many of our presentations will also focus on the 18th century, but we'll begin with 1657, the date of the execution of Parthenius III, on charges of working for the Russians, and then with 1861, the promulgation of the organic regulations. The time frame of the workshop and the time we are doing it is ripe for deepening many discussions about Orthodoxy in the Ottoman Empire. The period in question saw the rise of the Phanariot families, but also of Orthodox Russia as the main rival of the Ottoman Empire. Questions of loyalty, hierarchy, ideology, inclusion, and exclusion were everywhere in our time frame. We ourselves are at a time in academia when our research is not necessarily shaped by the need to respond to nationalist arguments. This is a bad sign for our larger impact, maybe, but it also means that we can return to deeper readings of hierarchy, violence, and conflict as well. On the other hand, it is now perfectly acceptable, at least for the 18th century, to say that the Patriarchate of Constantinople, for example, was an Ottoman institution. I'm not saying that this is not debatable, but the fact that it is now possible to debate it shows how much Ottoman studies and Orthodox studies have been incorporated through the efforts of historians of politics, economics, and arts. It's no longer possible to ignore the empire that surrounds the churches when talking about their history. Our goal is to go one step further today to build on these foundations, to have a more incorporated understanding of intellectual, artistic, and political life in the Ottoman Empire as it pertains to Orthodoxy. By referring to an Ottoman world around it, my intention was not to create a mental image of an Orthodoxy as an island surrounded by whatever is Ottoman. I was referring to Süreyya Faruqi's widely popular work in Ottoman studies and using it as a call for practicing connected histories, seeing actors, material, and phenomena in connection rather than in isolation or even in comparison. To give you an example, it is still surprising to many that Orthodox prelates and Ottoman Muslims correspond regularly, exchange ideas, influence each other, and do not necessarily follow the hierarchies that we have in mind. When we talk about the Orthodox clergy or laity serving the Ottoman Empire in some capacity, we call it pseudo-officials, unofficials, or we say they are serving in a parallel capacity. The fact is that we do not have a clear idea of what official might mean in an Ottoman context. Historians of art and architecture have allowed us to build a larger picture that might include Orthodox figures in a discussion of officialdom, by focusing on similar styles used in material culture, by emphasizing the importance of ceremonies, and by pointing out the use of the same symbolic materials, often given by the Sultan to Muslims and non-Muslims alike. We need a deeper conversation before we say more about what is official in an Ottoman capacity, and that conversation will likely include non-Muslims in a deeper perspective. The Ottoman Empire was not an empire of segregation, it was one of hierarchies. Hierarchies that depended on the primacy of Islam without any question, but they often included other parameters that we tend not to reflect on when we talk about ideology. If we are to uncover how these hierarchies actually functioned, and if we are to understand other aspects of an Ottoman ideology as far as they concern Orthodox populations and Orthodox prelates, we will need to come to the question without the usual expectations. We will need to talk more to each other and learn more from each other to practice entangled histories in our research to better appreciate the entangled nature of our historical material itself. Today is about that. Wishing all of us a very fruitful day, I welcome you again to our workshop and leave the stage to our first panel, which will be headed by I forgot the name of the scholarship again, I'm sorry. Yatrakis Fellow, Nicholas Nikolaidis.
Hello, welcome everyone. My name is Nikos Nikolaidis. I'm the Yatrakis Fellow at the Gennadius Library this year. Happy birthday to the library. Χρόνια πολλά στη Γενάδιο, Mutlu Yillar. And let me start with introducing our first speaker, Hasan Çolak, with a short bio of his achievements in academia. So he's an associate professor of Ottoman history at Top University of Economics and Technology in Ankara. He's also a senior researcher in the Tip Arabic project, which is funded by the European Research Council and hosted by the Romanian Academy. Dr. Çolak completed his PhD at the University of Birmingham in 2013. His dissertation focused on the interaction between the Eastern Patriarchates and the Ottoman Central Administration. Here, his first book, The Orthodox Church in the Early Modern Middle East, published in 2015, is based in his doctoral studies. In collaboration with Elif Bayraktan Telan, he published The Orthodox Church as an Ottoman Institution in 2019. Dr. Çolak is a recipient of the Young Scientist Award of the Turkish Academy of Sciences in 2020. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Can you hear me all right?
Now better.
Perfect. Thank you to Yusuf and Dr. Yorgopoulou for organizing this very interesting conference. And it's always a pleasure to be in Gennadius anyways, but it's, I think, even more enjoyable to be here on the birthday of the library. So without further ado, let me start off with my presentation. In around the year 1720, an anonymous writer penned an untitled text documenting what he defined as impolite and improper behavior among his fellow townsmen in Istanbul. He cursed them, drawing upon his imagination and the richness of the Turkish language, and created a text which became a constant source of reference for scholars of Ottoman culture. Among the types of people he deplored, he listed those who came to this great city but could not fix their Turkish language and still confused the words yaprak and barnak, meaning leaf and finger, having no relation with each other whatsoever. Those Muslims who learn how to perform the call to prayer from gypsies, those who expect Kurds and Arabs to have good manners, and so on and so forth. In one of these rather blunt judgments, he also targeted the Muslims who socialize with Christians, whom he referred to as infidels. And I quote, "Those inciters who imitate the infidels by dressing up during the holidays and going to the tavern to drink wine. Those who carouse with the infidels in the blasphemous days of the infidels. Those filthy men who speak to the infidels in the language of the infidels, even if they know Turkish. Those who call the infidels, my soul, may their soul leave them. Those who visit the house of an infidel and greet them in the manner of the infidels, and those who receive the greetings of an infidel." So the image of intercommunal interaction drawn in such a straightforward manner by our anonymous writer is often silently acknowledged in this scholarship, especially when it comes to interactions among scholars. The so-called millet system entailed a certain demarcation between different ethno-religious communities and a certain hierarchy between the Muslims and non-Muslims in the Ottoman Empire. Even in the 1982 volume by Benjamin Broad and Bernard Lewis that seriously challenged the presence of such a system, it is still possible to come across non-Muslims being referred to as second-class citizens. In my presentation today, I will try to challenge the types of hierarchies entrenched within the scholarship and explain how private correspondence between Christian and Muslim scholars offer a different type of social pyramid in which one's religion did not necessarily assign him an inferior or a superior position. The bulk of the source material that I will present today, namely letters and epistolary manuals, pay testimony to a series of inequalities and hierarchies within the Ottoman society. So as we see, yeah, sure. As we see in these manuals, for example, the cases of equality are rare. For example, if we look at one of these manuals, we see that a letter should be written in such way from peer to peer, akrandan akrana. However, the markers of inequality are in abundance, as we see in formulas of letters written from the servant to the master, from the new pasha to the old pasha, from the lower one to the higher one, from the younger sibling to the older one. It's clear that several Christians also owned copies of these epistolary manuals. In a copy preserved in the National Library of Greece, for instance, it's written that this copy was owned by an Arabic-speaking priest named George, Huri Jirjis, and a similar manuscript written in Turkish and Greek, which is rare in these manuscripts, is preserved nowhere else than the Gennadius Library. In my presentation today, I will share with you some letters written in Turkish, but also comparing them with some Greek ones, by Muslim intellectuals to Chrysanthos Notaras, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, and one of the most prominent Orthodox and I believe Ottoman intellectuals of the 18th century. In crafting this paper, I took my inspiration from an article by the late Penelope Stati, who edited 21 letters written in Greek by Muslim intellectuals, 20 of which by Esad Efendi from Ioannina, and one by the Menejimbaşı, the chief astrologer of the Ottoman court. And in my presentation today, I would like to take her work one step further in terms of the source material concerned and the nature of interaction across Muslim and Christian Orthodox scholarly milieus. Just as the Ottoman Muslims and Christians were, I'm a firm believer in the sanctity of and ceremonial value of the paper. So as part of my research on the Ottoman intellectual climate for the European Research Council project in Bucharest, I wanted to see the originals of the letters that Stati published. And I came across some other documents that are also relevant for the purposes of this research. So these letters include one by Esad Efendi in Turkish, and one by the chief astrologer in Greek, which were noted by Penelope Stati, and four letters by the chief astrologer, and one letter by a certain Ibrahim Efendi in Turkish. These letters have been neither published nor noted, and when compared with the published and unpublished epistolary manuals, these letters not only enable us to have a better grasp of the intellectual interactions, but also to understand the ceremonial aspect of the correspondence between people of unequal stance. So my discussion of hierarchies will engage with three major aspects of the letters. So I'll focus first on who wrote these letters and the relations between these Muslim scholars and Chrysanthos Notaras. Second, I will mention the content of these letters, what they talked about. And finally, I will try to analyze how they use the paper as a medium of interaction between Muslims and Christians in addressing Chrysanthos. So without further ado, let me start off with a discussion of the Muslim correspondence of Chrysanthos. One of them, as I noted earlier, was Esad Efendi from Yanina, who held several key roles within the Ottoman ulema class. He served as the Qadi of Galata and taught in the most prestigious madrasas of the time. He is also reputed to have translated Aristotle's works on physics and logic, but it appears that these translations were merely translations of Ioannis Cotinius's works written in Latin in the 17th century. And in doing this, he also received help from an Orthodox intellectual, which I'm trying to publish in the coming months, hopefully, not years. So he was, at the same time, the Turkish teacher of Dimitri Kantemir and the palace librarian of the Sultan Ahmet III. And finally, he was one of the 4 copy editors in the Müteferrika press. In corresponding with Chrysanthos Notaras, Esad Efendi often used the medium of Greek, and again, let's remember the first text that I quoted at the beginning of my presentation. But he relied on the assistance of 3 individuals within the Orthodox community's bureaucratic circles. Iakovos Manos, Drakos Toutsos, and an unidentified person. So all these letters have different types of handwriting, as you can also see. His use of Greek language was limited to a few lines at the conclusion of one of these letters, the last lines here on this letter. And he probably did this as a kind of gesture. Penelope Stati, who published this letter, observed significant issues with regard to orthography and spelling, indicating Esad Efendi's struggle with writing in Greek. And curiously, on the reverse side of another letter, Esad Efendi wrote in Turkish. And if you compare the type of hand that wrote these 2 letters, you see the difference between them. But the fact that he tried to address the patriarch in 20 letters in Greek language, I think in itself is quite telling in terms of showing the necessity to revisit this type of hierarchy within the Ottoman learned circles. So Stati talked about the existence of this letter in Turkish, but given that she knew only modern Turkish, she was unable to analyze this particular one. And on the right-hand side, you see an autographed copy of Esad Efendi, which is a translation of physics. And in the middle, you see the similarities in terms of the way he wrote the 2 letters. And so obviously, these are from the same hand. So the second Muslim correspondent was the chief astrologer of the Ottoman court. And there are 2 letters written by the chief astrologer in Greek. The fact that one of these letters was written by a different hand than the ones that wrote the letters for Esad Efendi suggests that he was part of a larger network within the Orthodox community. Because these letters do not contain the name of the chief astrologer, Stati made the guess that it must be Ali Efendi. However, given that we now have more scholarly production on this matter, and also production of and publication of primary sources as well, we can see that these letters were written during the tenure of Mevlevi-zade Muhammed Mustafa Efendi. Therefore, Stati's claim must be revised, and some other letters addressing Chrysanthos in Turkish provide us with the evidential support. The chief astrologer was no one other than Muhammed Mustafa Efendi, and he signed all these letters with his name in Turkish. And we don't see his name in the Greek letters. In fact, in 2 of these letters, he also cites the name of his son, Lütfullah Çelebi, whom we can also cross-check with other sources. Muhammed Mustafa Efendi was the son of the famed Ahmet Dede Efendi, the chief astrologer, like his son, and the author of Cami Duvel, also known as the Müneccimbaşı Tarihi. Their connection with the Greek language might be somewhat related to the fact that Ahmet Dede Efendi was born in Thessaloniki. In one of his letters, Muhammed Mustafa Efendi remarks that Chrysanthos is his friend from childhood, küçükten karındaşım. Küçükten dostum, I'm sorry. There is also a letter by a certain teacher, Muallim İbrahim Efendi. And we see that Esad Efendi, Muhammed Mustafa Efendi, and Ibrahim Efendi refer to one another in their letters to Chrysanthos. So they form part and parcel of the same intellectual network. And they also refer to some other Muslim names, saying that, you know, this person is sending his greetings to the patriarch, and so on and so forth. And one of these individuals is at least indirectly connected to the Ottoman world of learning. He is a mujallid, that is to say, a bookbinder, by the name of Abdülbaki Çelebi. As far as the topics of the letters are concerned, we might say that they follow the literary aspects of the letters of fellowship, what the Ottoman epistolary manuals called Muhabbetname. The most beautiful one of them, I think, is the letter by Esad Efendi, who was also a poet. As a devout follower of ancient Greek philosophy, he used the Platonic idea of forms to express the bonds between him and Chrysanthos, and he's constantly referring to soul as part of this interaction. And again, let's remember the reference to the soul in the anonymous writing that I quoted at the beginning of my presentation. And here I'm quoting from the letter. His Excellency, my very generous, affectionate, and true friend, it is not possible for me to forget you because of the physical distance, because your affection is my soul, and my soul is your affection. On the basis of this evidence, there appears two souls in a single body, as per Plato and other honorable philosophers. Yet, the truth is that there occurred a familiarity between your affection and my soul, so that my soul became apparent with your affection, and your affection became visible with my soul. And with the verification of appearance and vision, none of the two things can be one, because it's against the following saying of the philosophers: the two do not combine. End of the quote. In many of the letters, however, we see more than paying courteous respects, which in itself I think are already highly valuable, given the limited number of sources of that sort. Also given the type of image that we see in the primary and secondary sources that I noted at the beginning of my presentation. In a letter by the chief astrologer, we have the proof that Chrysanthos and Esad Efendi were also exchanging information in their shared areas of interest. We already know from the published correspondence between the two that Chrysanthos shared with Esad Efendi certain manuscripts, which they do not mention in detail. So the term for manuscript that Esad Efendi is using is in Greek, tatzuzia, with Greek letters, but it's coming from the Arabic word juz, meaning manuscript. But here in these Turkish letters, we also learn about the subject of their exchange. And I'm quoting from a letter by the chief astrologer. You shall take care of the matter that our Hoca Efendi wrote to you earlier, and exert yourself for sending news to our Esad Efendi, because his interest in and affection for rivers are indescribable in any way. So geography is a key aspect of Chrysanthos' research, and even though he does not have a particular section devoted to rivers in his Geographica and Spherica, just yesterday I saw among his notebooks that he prepared during his studies in Padua that he copied from some manuscripts sections about rivers. Maybe they are talking about these types of rivers. The letters include one by the chief astrologer that we may call a letter of consolation. And I quote, "Our old and true friend, we ask about your state of affairs. You shall have no grief. Having good health is the beginning of everything. There is no task in the world that does not come to a conclusion. However, the state of the world is such that the human beings are sometimes in an orderly state and sometimes are miserable. God is generous." In another letter, he invited Chrysanthos back to Istanbul, and I quote, "My true friend, you shall take the effort to come here. God Almighty willing, there is fortune and generosity in your return. His Excellency, our great and majestic Sultan, does not give consent to such a level of cruelty." Unfortunately, he does not offer any details about why Chrysanthos was away and what this level of cruelty referred to. And given that the Turkish letters are undated, we cannot really establish the context for this letter. The question of how the Muslim correspondents of Chrysanthos Notaras used the paper as a medium of interaction has several dimensions of ceremoniality within the intellectual climate of the Ottoman world of learning. Yusuf Ziya Karabicak refers to this aspect of using the paper as architecture of the paper in a forthcoming book chapter that I'm editing, and I must confess that I'm already envying his choice of words, because epistolary manuals in Turkish are called inşa mecmuaları, inşa meaning construction. So architecture of the paper, I think, is quite a fitting term in terms of reflecting the role of these ceremonial aspects. As it is mentioned in an epistolary manual preserved in the Halet Efendi collection of the Süleymaniye Library, when a person of lower stance was writing to a higher one, it was customary to start letters from below the middle of the paper. The part left above, often before a section called Temjid, in which the name of the god is written, was representative of the respect that the sender had for the addressee. So it's the name of the god, a huge blank, and the letter proper. In the correspondence between people of equal stance, it was customary to start the letter from above the middle of the paper. An interesting example comes from the period of Murad II, when he received a letter from the Byzantine emperor. The letter in Greek was translated into Turkish within the Ottoman court, and it shows all the characteristics of the ceremoniality in correspondence. And you see that the name of the god is written there, and there is a blank in between. But we do not see that these patterns were necessarily followed in some of the Turkish letters in question here. See, for instance, the letters, 3 examples from the letters by the chief astrologer. And you see that the parts that were left in blank are varying. They're differing from each other. However, the letter by Ibrahim Efendi is quite exemplary in the way someone wrote to a superior with due respect to the patterns in the way he used the paper. Likewise, it was also possible to write the name of the addressee above the main text. Here you see one of the attributes of the patriarch, Despoti, and Despota is a term that is quite common in the Greek letters addressing Chrysanthos. So it was also possible to write the name of the addressee above the main text as a way to showcase the addressee's superiority or simply the sender's humility. When writing to the Sultan or other people of higher rank in several types of documents, the name of the addressee is written above. And here you see just some examples from Bibliothèque Nationale. And as part of my research on the epistolary manuals, I came across many other examples, including several Ottoman dignitaries. But the cases of Christians are often reserved to not Ottoman Christians, but to foreign Christians, like the ambassadors or foreign rulers. And finally, in the National Library of Greece, I found a series of letters written by Arabic-speaking Christian clergymen, the last example, to the Patriarchs of Jerusalem, in which the name of the addressee is written above the main text. And here you see Kir Chrysanthos in Arabic. But I haven't come across any similar example written by an Ottoman Muslim to an Ottoman Christian that follows this rule in this particular letter. So both the way Ibrahim Efendi used the paper as a medium and addressed the patriarch as the despoti above the rest of the letter is a significant example of how he paid his respects to the patriarch's high status. In this letter, there is also a reference to one of the Phanariot rulers of Wallachia or Moldavia. And when Ibrahim Efendi talked about him, his acknowledgement of the superior status of the prince becomes even clearer. And I quote, "We had written a letter to His Excellency, the Bey, and indicated that it would be a pleasure to accept whatever order he had. No news have come from His Excellency, the Bey. Apparently he felt offended. One cannot prevent the master from being offended by his servant." And those of you who are familiar with the Ottoman language can compare the type of terminology that he used. And if you just swap the names of the Sultan and the Bey, you would see quite a similar terminology used. So kul is the term that is used for people of a lower stance in reference to the Sultan. Ferman is the imperial order that is here used for the order of the hospodar. Finally, the use of paper as a ceremonial medium did not prevent everyday interactions. Amidst a series of greetings and prayers, the chief astrologer asked for help from a friend of Chrysanthos with some items to be prepared in advance of his visit to Edirne. Among these items, we see heating materials and a very early Ottoman reference to vodka, possibly as another precaution for heating, because he's also asking for materials to keep him warm. And those of you who are already familiar with the script may see that the term vodka at the very end is vocalized, in case people just confuse it with another word. So my first impression was that the word would be varaka, meaning papers, but he vocalized it and he made sure that it's vodka. So let me conclude my paper. The Ottoman Empire has been traditionally regarded as a multicultural, multi-religious, and multilingual empire in which a myriad of different people lived together. However, when it comes to the hierarchical relationship between them, our knowledge is rather limited, stating that Christians were inferior to Muslims. And as I tried to show in my presentation, the kind of hierarchy assumed by the anonymous writer of the source that I quoted at the beginning of my presentation was hardly the case in the correspondence between Chrysanthos Notaras and his Muslim correspondents. As Elif Bayraktar Tellan and I tried to show in our book, during the 18th century, the interaction between the Ottoman administration and the Orthodox Church assumed a collaborative and continued character. Under these conditions, the Ottoman documents issued by the Sultan's imperial chancery began to refer to the patriarchs of the time through the same attributes of respect typically used for Christian rulers. If we take the case of the intellectual interaction between the Orthodox Church and the Ottoman world around it, we can say that a series of intermediaries around the two institutions were connected with each other through several networks, and most notably intellectual ones. And finally, in their correspondence, the types of hierarchies registered in our minds and subconscious appear to have worked in both directions, if not completely ignored. Thank you very much for your attention.
So our next speaker is Elif Bayraktar Tellan. She's a historian of the Ottoman Empire with focus on the Orthodox communities and institutions in the early modern period. She received her bachelor's from the philosophy department of Boğaziçi University in Istanbul in 2000. She completed her master's degree at the history department of Bilkent University in Ankara in 2005. From the same department, she received her PhD in 2011. She is currently a fellow member of the history department at Istanbul Medeniyet University. She has also published mainly on the history of the Patriarchate of Constantinople in the 18th century, Orthodox monasteries of the Ottoman Empire, the Orthodox Church of Ottoman Cyprus and Crete, the Orthodox Catholic interaction on Ottoman lands, and the Orthodox notables of Istanbul. Elif, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your invitation and for the organization, and I'm very sorry for not being able to come today. I'm going to talk about the Pontes, an 18th century Greek Orthodox figure and a prolific scholar. Now, despite his popularity among researchers of Greek literature, he has oddly remained out of mainstream Ottoman studies, with few exceptions and rare references to his works. He is almost an invisible figure in Ottoman studies, either as a scholar or even as a person in the vicinity of the most notable Orthodox figures of the Ottoman periods, the Phanariots. So today I wish to reflect on the absence of the Pontes in Ottoman studies and the reasons of this discrepancy between the historiography on Greek literature production of the 18th century and the Ottoman intellectual history. And I am going to ask questions to comprehend the scope of his world. and to discuss the prospects of reconsidering him as an Ottoman intellectual. So the disconnectedness and lack of conversation in relevant frameworks of Ottoman intellectual history and Greek authors, first of all, arise from the consideration of Ottoman world from an exclusively Islamic context. Ottoman history writing with an emphasis on the Ottoman dynasty has traditionally been understood as a subchapter of Islamic history. And from such a perspective, Greek authors of the Ottoman period like Athanasios Komnenos Xylantis, Karyophilus, Constantine the Pontes, and Dimitrios Ramadanis, they have all remained outside of the list of traditional Ottoman historians. Likewise, the scope of the students of Ottoman intellectual life have been limited to studies based on texts produced by the Muslim subjects of the empire. Already in 2012, Harun Küçük questioned the exclusion of scientific works written in languages other than Turkish, Arabic, and Persian as part of the well-known bibliography of Ottoman scientific literature. And we can extend the examples of this exclusionist perspective to other areas like art history, literature, musical studies, and others. Contrary to this exclusionist perspective that limits the Ottoman scientific and literary world to an exclusively Islamic one, non-Muslims and their works are recently being included in Ottoman historiography. On the other hand, the Pontes and his work has so far been examined mostly within the scope of research from the framework of, I quote, post-Byzantine literature. And a lot has been written, as most of you are familiar with this, on the influence of ancient Greek literature, Orthodox monasticism, and Enlightenment ideas on the work of the Pontes. In this sense, the Pontes has for long been considered as an outstanding, but at the same time a controversial figure at the time of Greek Enlightenment. From this perspective, certain elements in his life as a devout Christian, his reference to miracles and supernatural elements at the time of Enlightenment have sometimes been construed paradoxical or contradictory. But in my opinion, the in quotation mark contradictions and paradoxes of a Greek Orthodox intellectual observed from the framework of Greek Enlightenment may cease to disappear as inconsistencies once the context of his life and work is reconsidered within the 18th century Ottoman Greek Orthodox environment. From a global perspective, studies on European Enlightenment also have long acknowledged that literary and scientific activities of intellectuals followed diverse paths in various geographies. And now it's more acceptable to talk about diverse enlightenments rather than a unique enlightenment. 19th century interpretation of the Enlightenment emphasized a dichotomous separation between faith and reason and a strict break between tradition and modernity. Instead of this, a new framework of enlightenment which highlights continuities, at the same time embracing paradoxical elements in recent historiography. And in that sense, the causal relationship between intellectual novelties and national independence movements is also at stake. Moreover, especially after the global turn, worldwide epistemic entanglements are now replacing the old school interpretation of cultural development as a form of unilateral imposition of knowledge. In this historiographical context on enlightenment, a reconsideration of the Pontes so as to embrace the outward inconsistencies, which were actually imperial identities, enriches this global perspective on the Enlightenment. So from such a perspective, rather than limiting the confines of the Pontes and his work within the framework of Greek Enlightenment, a reconsideration of him as part of circulation of knowledge in the Ottoman Empire seems promising. But here, both the Greek Enlightenment framework and conventional Ottoman cultural contexts that I mentioned in the beginning are at stake. In the conventional framework of Ottoman intellectual history, the definition of an Ottoman intellectual has so far been made within an exclusively Islamic context. An Ottoman scholar, alim, is defined as one who is involved with the religious and legal realm of knowledge in relationship to a madrasa education. The Ottoman ulema was a privileged group of Islamic scholars with financial and judicial privileges. The first and the most famous biographical dictionary of Ottoman scholars, compiled by Ahmet Taş Köprüzade in the 16th century, Eşşekaik-ül Numaniye, includes a list of around 500 scholars, including Sufi sheikhs, and it is one of the formative texts in which an Ottoman scholar is institutionally defined. And this institutional approach of studying the Ottoman scholars as well-integrated figures of the Ottoman state has been questioned, for example, by Ertuğrul Ökten, and he refers to inconsistencies in the traditional approach of defining who an Ottoman scholar is, with respect to, for example, living in and out of Ottoman domains. And it's possible to extend this reflection on who is defined as an Ottoman scholar over non-Muslim scholars, who are the non-Muslim subjects of the empire who lived on Ottoman domains and produced written works of history, religion, and literature. According to ample evidence on the contacts of Muslim and non-Muslim scholars on Ottoman lands, the nature of these interactions, the roles of actors, and the degrees of their connections went drastic shifts over time. However, the historiography of scholarly contacts unfortunately partakes in the prevalent descriptions of Muslim and non-Muslim relationships in the Ottoman period, and they fail to go beyond the assumption of peaceful but limited contacts between cultures, which are defined as isolated and homogeneous spheres. Nonetheless, relations between scholars and they obviously transcended confessional boundaries, like as in the cases of the dialogues between Nikosios and Vani Efendi at the end of the 17th century, or as Hassan extensively talked about, the correspondence of Notaras and with Muslim scholars. In the 18th century, Kadı Mahmud Efendi composed the history of Athens based on an ancient history of the city in collaboration with Greek priests. And besides personal contacts, of course, Muslims and Christian scholars produced within a common Ottoman cultural milieu and set up argumentations in similar ways. An example is the argumentation against tobacco by Ahmet el-Rumi Akhisari in the mid-16th century and Nicholas Macricostas in the early 18th century. Nicholas Macricostas was a very well-integrated figure in the Ottoman administrative environment as the son of Alexander Macricostas, and he held the highest rank in Ottoman diplomacy. He used an archaic form of Greek in Philotheo Pararga to address the contemporary European audience. By the 18th century, intellectuals crossed imperial borders in the like in the example of the prominent scholar Evgenios Vulgaris. He traveled to Yanya, Kozani, Mount Athos, and European cities, ended up in Russia in the end. And it's important to note that the educational and social backgrounds of these Orthodox scholars, of course, didn't present any kind of homogeneity. And perspectives on the Pontes have mostly been dominated by a Phanariot-centric perspective, as he became part of the Phanariot administrative and cultural milieu. Thanks to the contacts of his father, who was a British consul of Skopelos, he traveled to Constantinople and to the Danubian principalities for education and to work as a scribe. He was in the close vicinity of the Phanariot Macricostas family. He participated in the investiture ceremony of Yannis Macricostas in the Divan in 1743, and he was offered the meal and the soup of the Yenicheris. He had the privilege of being among the 20 robe-bearing notables on horses, accompanied to Fener by the Yenicheris and the military band, as he describes in his work. And his rise to prominence was not isolated from the 18th century conditions of Ottoman administration in connection with the Orthodox figures of the Phanariot milieu, and of course, the Orthodox Church and the ecclesiarchs participated in this profoundly. So the Pontes was thus integrated into the Ottoman world, first through Ottoman administrative mechanisms. However, in terms of his administrative position in the Ottoman court, he was a second-rank bureaucrat in the principalities, and he never attained the status and position of a grand dragoman. For example, unlike Nicolaus Mavrocordatos, he was a less visible figure of these ranks. But despite this, he couldn't escape the attention of officers, and he was finally put in prison as he arrived in Istanbul in 1747. He was part of the Phanariot environment as a scribe of rural origin with connections to higher echelons. The Orthodox individuals followed different paths in their integration to the Ottoman style society and administrative mechanisms. After a 20-month period of imprisonment in Constantinople, the next stage of his life was marked by a heavy feeling of dependence, and this opened the way of a monastic way of life. He was already nourished by monastic education in his childhood, and his islands embraced him and provided him the mental retreat from a corrupted lifestyle of the high administrative ranks. And such a flow of life pushed him to the margins of a connected society temporarily, and he nevertheless continued to write. The sources of his knowledge were not limited to monastic libraries and biblical stories. For the alms collection of the Athonid Xeropotamos monastery, he once more traveled to Wallachia and Moldavia and stayed in Constantinople and the Aegean Islands. And the dedications of his books reveal the place of his patrons and prominent figures in his life. His first book was dedicated to Constantine Mavrocordatos, the voivoda of Wallachia, in 1736, and the second one to his brother and descendant in his position, Yannis Mavrocordatos, 10 years later. His later dedications continue with Eleni and Alexander Mavrocordatos, the Metropolitan of Hungary, Wallachia, Philaretos, the Vonik of Wallachia, Konstantinos Dudescula, and high ecclesiarchs like Patriarch Matthias of Alexandria and Kyrillos V of Constantinople. And it seems that the polarizations around the Patriarchate were temporary or irrelevant to his dedications. He was in contact with different patriarchs and rival patriarchs of the mid-18th century. And he composed his texts in simple spoken Greek language, despite his capacity to, of course, translate Byzantine religious texts. Apart from prose, his works were mostly in 15-syllable verses, which enabled a rhythmical flow and an easy rhythm to memorize, perhaps to reach a wider audience. And his employment of vernacular language was different from the style of Nicolaus Mavrocordatos. An excellent command of Ottoman Turkish language was necessary for the Phanariots as part of Kalemiye, of bureaucracy, and this facilitated their integration into Ottoman governance. The Pontes Greek did not take part in this kind of a Phanariot orientation to the forms of ancient Greek, and this was in line with his administrative ranks. On the other hand, it's not, of course, surprising that he used Turkish words in his texts, like Athanasios Komnenos Ypsilantis, Eugenius Vulgaris, and others. The 18th century contributors of Greek literary production crossed linguistic boundaries and used Turkish vocabulary in different contexts. And this points at the porous linguistic boundaries in Ottoman culture. His vocabulary in Turkish included administrative or bureaucratic words, as well as terms from daily life, depending on the context of his texts. His lexical repertoire reflects his ties to the Ottoman administration and society, and his choice of the grammatical forms may relate to his position within Phanariot ranks. Going beyond a Phanariot-centric perspective, we may ask, to what extent was the Pontes integrated in the Ottoman cultural milieu? He is perhaps one of the most interesting pieces. Canon illustrates the material and spiritual riches of the world he lives in. The long list of the marvels of the world includes the wine of Skopelos, vodka of Danzig, cloves, almonds of Chios, peaches of Constantinople, and the list continues with England's sugar, typography, icons of Moscow, and others. The exquisite things of the world, as listed by Da Pontes, reveal the horizons of the Ottoman world as experienced by him. And the world he describes is strikingly similar to one of his contemporaries, Mehmet Hashim. He recorded a very similar world in İmayı Törehadı Buldanan. We may translate as the customs or manners of towns, and this has been observed previously by Marinos Sarianis. Mehmet Hashim traveled as a scribal official from 1762 to 1800, and he recorded his observations in his work. He visited the Aegean and the Mediterranean islands, Damascus, Halep, Aleppo, many places in Anatolia, Adrianople, Thessaloniki, Athens, and others. His descriptions of especially Wallachia and Moldavia and Chios reflects his familiarity to the Greek Orthodox culture and his knowledge of the posts and administrations in the principalities. His acquaintance with Greek habits and people, occasionally from a condescending perspective, but this is not exclusive to the Greeks. Starting from the Aegean Islands, Mehmet Hashim noted the famous local products of the wine of Skopelos, maybe with a hint of distaste, vineyards of Skiathos, pastrami of Kayseri, marbles of Tinos, wines, figs and mulberries of Chios, and tiles of Iznik, and many others. Now the work of Da Pontes precedes Hashim's, but I should underline that regardless of whether they had any contacts or not, they shared the same world, and it's evident in their similar descriptions. In this sense, the texts, they not only reveal the riches of the Ottoman world around it, but also the cultural and material world that Da Pontes and Mehmet Hashim were both part of. The participation of Da Pontes in a cultural world shared with Muslims is further evidenced in two pieces that he included in geographical history. A series of folk tales, including 3 famous folk stories by Nasreddin Hoca, and a description of France based on 28 Çelebi Mehmet Seyahatname, and also earlier noted by Sarianis. 9 other stories of Nasreddin Hoca, translated by Da Pontes, were also found in the Codex of Vitinas by Kehayaoğlu. Published earlier by Dimitri Kantemir, the oral and published stories of Nasreddin Hoca found a place in Fanariot cultural circles. Da Pontes' historical catalogue of distinguished men is a treasure of a first-hand narrative of the prominent Greek Orthodox figures, of their lives, their occupations, and major events they were involved in. The section on scholars and teachers presents brief information on their origins, their work, the content of their libraries, and their connections. The content of this reminds one of the Islamic Tabakat literature, of the biographic dictionaries of Islamic scholars, despite huge differences. The Tabakat classifies scholars or a group of important figures according to other criteria and in layers, as the term points at. Catalog was different. The scholars presented by Da Pontes were his contemporaries. The information on them is concise and is not only limited to scholars, but they are similar in the way of introducing scholars in similar ways. Such a resemblance in the works of a Muslim and a Christian scholar suggests the possibilities of direct or indirect connections among them and the prospects of designating an entangled Ottoman intelligentsia. Now, in closing, situating Da Pontes within an Ottoman context does not allude to looking for immediate relations to Muslims or direct influence from or on Islamic literary production. It is rather an attempt to see the life and work of Da Pontes in connection to the wider world around it, going beyond confessional boundaries of Islam and Orthodoxy in the Ottoman society. a redefinition of Ottoman intelligentsia by new criteria, transgressing confessional boundaries so as to include non-Muslim scholars, should form a necessary part of the agenda of a transcultural approach. The Pontes was part of Ottoman intelligentsia with respect to his belonging and contribution to circulation of knowledge on Ottoman realms. Here, a shift in perspective is necessary, not to define the Ottomanness of the Pontes was part of, in the sense of being part of a Muslim-dominated community or in relationship with Muslims per se, but as partaking in the production and dissemination of knowledge in a shared realm. A re-examination of the horizons of his linguistic, cultural, and geographical work reveals him as an Ottoman Orthodox intellectual with connections to the wider Ottoman framework. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Elif. And now we'll proceed with Yorgos. Yorgos Tsedopoulos, he holds a PhD in modern Greek history from the University of Athens. He has worked as a teaching fellow at the University of Ioannina and has also taught postgraduate programs at the Ionian University and the University of the Peloponnese. He is a member of the Greek Infrastructure Network for the Humanities, supported by the Academy of Athens, and he's also a researcher and author whose work revolves around the social and cultural history of the Greek Orthodox population under Ottoman rule, heritage studies, and the transformations of history in the digital age. He has co-authored an ebook titled Christians and Muslims in the Ottoman Empire, Institutional Realities and Social Dynamics, along with Eleni Gara, which was published in Athens in 2015. For now, his research focuses on the exploration of socio-cultural workings of Ottoman religious plurality and the impact of the Catholic and Ottoman confessionalization on the Greek Orthodox subjects of the empire. He will talk today on, the title of his talk is To Die or Not to Die, Conflicting Manifestations of Religious Zeal and of Contesting Ottoman Rule in an Oracular Text of the late 18th and early 19th century. Yorgo, the floor is yours.
First, thank you, Yusuf, for inviting me to this very interesting event. Thank you, Dr. Georgopoulou, for the hospitality, and may the Gennadius Library thrive and continue to offer us its knowledge and its generous hospitality. So the text known as Vision of Master Daniel, that is Optasia to Kirdanil, has already occupied research on the oracular expectations that spread among the Orthodox Balkan subjects of the Sultan in the 18th century. My analysis, based also on an unpublished version, focuses mainly on a theme that, like a secondary musical motif, runs through the narrative, that is the unexpected and therefore highly interesting rebuttal of Orthodox rigorism and voluntary martyrdom. Taken together with the main subject of the text, that is the toppling of Ottoman rule by the will of God, they highlight conflicting manifestations of religious zeal and of contesting the political order. According to the text, which is delivered in many manuscripts of the late 18th and early 19th century, the young Musa, from some place in Ottoman Rumeli, son of a local official, is convinced of the truth of Christianity by the steadfastness in the faith of a Christian named Anastasius, who prefers to die than convert to Islam when the soldiers he prevented from raping his sister testify that he had promised to become a Muslim. Anyway, he is put to the dilemma between converting to Islam and dying and be executed. Following the execution of Anastasius, Musa flees to Venice, where he is baptized under the name Demetrius. He then settles in Corfu, becomes a monk, and takes the monastic name Daniel. After a few years, wishing to preach Christianity and suffer martyrdom at the hands of the Muslims, Daniel travels to Istanbul and resorts to a father confessor, a pneumatikos, who prevents him from his goal and imposes ascetic exercise and prayer until God's will is revealed. There, on 18 November 1764, Daniel sees the vision that bears his name, which is delivered to the reader in the first person. Anastasius, that is, the martyr who was the cause of his conversion, appears to the monk and takes him on an itinerary through the capital, to which join the saints and apostles of Christianity, forming what Marios Chatzopoulos has aptly called the army of saints. Along the way, the procession Christianizes the urban space of the capital by demolishing the signs of the moon on the mosques and restoring to their former state Christian churches that had been converted into Islamic temples, while the Muslims retreat, shouting in terror, "Ooh, to us, the Romei are upon us." Eventually, the saints arrive at Hagia Sophia, find the Virgin Mary and Christ celebrating Mass. At the request of the saint, the Virgin intercedes and obtains from Christ the promise that he will soon deliver the Christians from the Ottomans. Then the Virgin proceeds with the saints to the palace of the Sultan, who has just put Christian prelates and archons to death, because, as he says, they have written to the enemy to come against me. The Virgin knocks the Sultan off his throne and replies, "It is not they that have written to your enemy, but I will bring them upon you, and they will destroy you and your nation." Chatzopoulos has emphasized that this oracular text stands out among others of its kind in that it assigns the fulfillment of divine will not to Orthodox Russia, but to the rebellious subjects of the Sultan. The Virgin's declaration is an indirect exhortation to rebellion. And there is a remarkable difference between this version of the text from the late 18th century and the manuscript of the early 19th century, where the Virgin declares that the agent of overthrowing Ottoman rule will be not his Christian subjects, but his enemy, meaning, of course, Russia. The oscillation between bring them, that is, the Christians, upon you, and bring him, that is, the enemy, upon you, may echo the different contexts of the vision's versions, from the expectations for an Ottoman collapse just before and during the Russian-Ottoman War of 1768-1774, to the frustration that followed the end of the war and the eventual realization that the overthrow of Ottoman rule could only result through a Greek Orthodox rebellion. It is noteworthy, however, that in the Romanian translations of the vision, which date from the same time, the destroyers of the Sultan are again his Christian subjects, except for one manuscript that can be read both ways. It is probable that the text was understood mostly as a mental preparation for an eventual call to arms, or at least for supporting the war effort in opportune circumstances and, of course, under the auspices of divine protection. The vision is permeated by the motif of Christianization. The conversion of Musa, Dimitrios, Daniil is refashioned, reproduced in the flow of the narrative as the violent Christianization of Istanbul. This is not only expressed in the restitution of Christian temples that had become Muslim mosques. A central place in the narrative is occupied by the episode at Yenijami, where Saint Constantine himself lifts the cross and throws down the minaret with a muezzin. Contrary to the other mosques, the text does not state that Yenijami was formerly a church, judging also from its position in the course of the saint's itinerary. We must conclude that it is, of course, the Yeni Jami at Eminönü. Its founding in 1666 by Turhan Hatice mother of Sultan Mehmed IV, was part of the project to Islamize the center of the capital under the influence of the Kadizadeli movement. It is likely that a century later, the mosque was still seen as the embodiment of the supremacy of Islam. Now, the conversion of Yeni Jami is perfectly analogous to that of Daniel. The monk is not an Islamized Christian who returns to his former faith and seeks to seal his atonement with martyrdom. He is a new convert, won over by an act of defiance against injustice. This points not merely to restoration, but to transformation. The vision of Daniel seems to close a cycle from the abolition to the re-establishment of Christian rule. But the central theme of the text, that is conversion, places the vision beyond the context of the reconstitution of the past into that of the transformation of the present, which at that time is intertwined with the conception of historical change as a product of human agency. Insofar as the agents of the overthrow of Ottoman rule are the Sultan's Christian subjects, the motive of deliverance through a ruler acting as the instrument of divine economy gives way to another transformation, the one that changes subjects to revolutionaries. Together with conversion, the vision of Daniel is permeated by the dilemma of martyrdom. The hero turns to Christianity motivated by the courage of a Christian martyr. Wishing to imitate his model, he goes to Istanbul to die at the hands of the Ottomans and win, in his turn, a martyr's crown. Daniel is prevented from his goal, first by his father confessor, and then in the vision by Christ and by the Virgin. The latter prevents him also from taking refuge in Mount Athos because of the temptations, as she calls them, that have happened and will happen. This is an implicit disapproval of the rigorist monastic movement of the Kolivades, from whose ranks originated the pioneers and theorists of voluntary martyrdom. In addition, the Virgin commands him to recount his vision to the Metropolitan of Ptolemais, a true servant of my son, as she says. This is none other than the Metropolitan Sophronius of Ptolemais in Palestine, that is Acre, who became Patriarch of Jerusalem, ascended to the ecumenical throne, and in 1776 convened the synod that condemned and excommunicated the Kolivades. The rejection of Kolivades' rigorism and of the pursuit of death for the faith is much more pronounced in a version of Daniel's vision from an oracular collection known as Parparigos Codex, which was compiled in 1807 in the Danubian principalities by a certain Nikolaos Parparigos from Lesbos, about whom we know almost nothing. In this version, the emphasis is not on the march of the saints, but on the intercession of the Virgin, the humiliation of the Sultan, and the condemnation of voluntary martyrdom. Despite the objections of the persons with whom Daniel is associated in Istanbul, there is another monk from Corfu whom he already knew, but mainly his father confessor, who declares that his goal is not divine but satanic. Daniel insists on seeking martyrdom and even proves his zeal by letting his hand be burned by the flame of a candle to show that his will not be subdued by the physical torture the authorities will subject him to in order to make him recant and reaffirm allegiance to Islam. The decisive disapproval of voluntary martyrdom and of its proponents comes from the Virgin, who threatens ominously the rigorists of Mount Athos. For my will is to trouble them exceedingly for their lawlessness and their uncountable iniquities. Finally, after Daniel has narrated his vision to the monk from Corfu, the latter records it and offers it to Daniel's confessor and to Matthew, Patriarch of Alexandria, who happens to be in Istanbul at that time. Matthew was the prelate who, as exarch of Mount Athos, convened the first council that condemned the Colivades in 1774, 2 years before the Synod of 1776. In the version of Parparigos, the Virgin declares to the Sultan not that she will turn his subjects against him, as in the older manuscript from the late 18th century and the Romanian translations, but that she has brought upon him his enemy, the instrument of divine punishment. As for the conversion of urban space, it is indicated that the episode at the Yeni Jami is presented as a reconquest. The mosque is declared to have been earlier a Christian church of All Saints, a comment that does not show up in the other manuscripts. The context, of course, of Parparigos' version is important. In 1807, when the manuscript was compiled, another Russian-Turkish war had broken out, a fact that probably raised again expectations for a decisive Russian victory. In contrast to the implicit exhortation to revolt in the other manuscripts, Daniel's vision in the Parparigos Codex returns to the pattern of reconstitution. The aversion to martyrdom in the other manuscripts can be read as a rejection of religious rigorism that was felt to drift away from the goal, that is, the overthrow of Ottoman rule. The even more severe condemnation of martyrdom by Parparigos is in accordance with the banishment of human agency that permeates his vision, his version. The fate of man is in the hands of God. All these shifts in the versions of Daniel's vision then are indicative not of a straightforward transition from the providential schema to revolutionary action, but of the interweaving of categories, of their unfolding as distinct yet intertwined understandings of subversion. It is no surprise, therefore, that the Parparigos Codex, which is a collection of oracular texts, includes in its last part the Thurios, the revolutionary poem of Rigas Velestinlis, together with Rigas's constitutional texts for the new republican state that, according to his plan, would emerge from the ashes of the Ottoman Empire after its demise by revolutionary action. Asterios Argyriou has underlined the ideological plurality of Parparigos' codex, while Hatzopoulos has emphasized the reformulation of oracular traditions before and during the Greek Revolution of 1821. The contexts, the reworkings, the intertextual links of Daniel's vision are a token of the above, in that they offer a glimpse into the interaction between different modalities of expectation, contestation, agency, and change. This entanglement is even more pronounced in the assessment of Daniel's dilemma, that is, to die or not to die. Daniel comes to Istanbul to suffer death as an apostate from Islam. Put differently, his intent is to manipulate Ottoman criminal justice to achieve martyrdom. In fact, his orchestration and pursuit of death is a suicide by proxy. However, Daniel's intent is not an outcome of despair, but of agonistic zeal. His aim is to demonstrate Christianity's superiority over the dominant religion. The death he envisages is, in fact, a death for a cause. In the classification of Émile Durkheim, Daniel's pursuit of death falls in the category of altruistic suicide, that is, a sacrifice on behalf of a collective belief. Daniel is not entirely fictitious. According to an entry in the archive of the Greek community in Venice, a certain Muslim from some place in Rumeli, from Lerin, Florina, if I'm not mistaken, was baptized in the church of St. George in October 1756 and took the name Demetrios. The date, as well as the name of the godfather, agrees with the evidence given by some of the earliest manuscripts of the Vita of the martyr Anastasios and of Daniel's vision. Did this Demetrios become a monk under the name of Daniel? Was he the one who saw and dictated the vision ascribed to him? it has been also considered likely that his name is a reference to the oracular tradition associated with the biblical prophet Daniel. However it might be, it is important to recognize that Daniel functions as a metonym for voluntary martyrdom. The latter's proponents, as Nicodemus Agioritis, advocated that martyrdom was the only adequate form of penance for Christians who had converted to Islam. But Nicodemus did not abstain from presenting as a laudable example of zeal also those Christians who, motivated solely by desire of martyrdom and without having ever committed apostasy, preached Christianity to the Muslims and insulted the Prophet Muhammad with the aim to suffer death at the hands of the authorities. Daniel then pushes to the limits the modalities of voluntary martyrdom in order to expose it as a product rather of obstination and selfishness than of piety, as his father confessor says. This goal is satanic. It is probable that the authors of the visions versions that attack most violently this pattern of voluntary martyrdom, like the one of Parparigos, were familiar with the exposition of its theory by Nicodemus Agioritis in his New Martyrology that was published in 1799. The Kolivadis' stance on martyrdom was not intended to destabilize Ottoman rule, which they saw as a bulwark against the disruptive forces of revolution and secularization. From their ranks originated the most bitter enemies of Greek Enlightenment. In fact, however, voluntary martyrdom undermined the Ottoman order by manipulating and finally inverting its religious political hierarchy. And this is why the authorities did their best to make the would-be martyrs recant through physical violence and promises of social advancement. But Daniel's vision does not reject voluntary martyrdom to promote a loyalist stance. The interpretation of Ottoman rule as a manifestation of divine chastisement and providence, which was often used by the Church as an argument for the legitimization of the regime, blends in the vision not only with expectations of deliverance from this very regime, but also with foretellings of rebellious action. Even in Parparigos' codex, where the execution of divine will, as you probably remember, is assigned not to the Greek subjects of the Sultan, but to Russia, rebellion is just a few pages away, because the manuscript ends with the revolutionary flag designed by Rigas Velestinlis. Daniel's vision ends with the protagonist going back to Corfu, having abandoned his pursuit of self-sacrifice. But the rebellion prognosticated by Virgin Mary is the matrix of another death for a cause, of course, a very different one. The black band on Rigas's flag symbolized, as he wrote, our death for fatherland and freedom, in accordance with the central theme of conversion, transformation that permeates the text. Daniel's renouncement of a suicide by proxy paves the way for the transformation of willingness to die from the pattern of voluntary martyrdom to that of a death for freedom. In the vision of Master Daniel are juxtaposed two forms of contesting the Ottoman order. The first is the subtle subversion of religious political hierarchies by voluntary martyrdom. The second is the demise of Ottoman rule by divine will and through the agency of the empire's subjects. Both forms of contest were perfectly aware of the Ottoman socio-political and cultural context, which they manipulated for their ends. The pursuit of martyrdom instrumentalized Ottoman criminal justice and took measures for overcoming the effort of the authorities to prevent the executions. The oracular prognostics of Ottoman collapse played into the fears of the Muslims, lest the military defeat at the hands of the Russians be a sign of God's withdrawal of support to the empire. Daniel's vision offers a unique glimpse into different couplings of religious zeal and political contestation, which in their turn make evident that the challenges posed to the elite of the Orthodox Church and to its centralizing policies originated not only from the secularizing and nation-building activity of this radical fraction of Greek Enlightenment, but from the Church's own realm as well, that is, from reinterpretations of canonical rules and of divine intervention. Both forms of contesting the Ottoman political order in the vision of Master Daniel contested too the claim of the official church as the sole authority to explain and dictate religion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yorgos. So now we'll proceed with questions. If there are questions from the audience for our first speaker, Hassan Cholak, we are ready to receive the questions. If not, I can start with a question that I had myself. And since we also remembered and celebrated the 200 years anniversary from the death of Lord Byron, something that came to my mind during your presentation was that during Byron's visit to Ali Pasha of Yanina, Byron was really impressed that Ali Pasha, what appreciated was not his aristocratic pedigree, but his education. And my question here is, did Ottoman officials and intellectuals, this is how they placed people in their hierarchy, is through their erudition? Was like the education a level in rising up in Ottoman society and in being appreciated as such?
I think it certainly was, and not only for the Ottoman Muslims, but also the Orthodox Christians as well. And many of the people that I have mentioned throughout my papers, I think were aware that, you know, education was a way to you know, go up the social ladder. So obviously Chrysanthos Notaras was coming from a famous family, and he was an elite, if I may use the term in that regard, but it wasn't necessarily the case with every single one of them. So Esad Efendi was coming from a family of modest background, obviously, and the Orthodox translator who helped him in his translations was also quite similar in that regard. He was coming from Bursa, from a village from Bursa actually, coming from a Turkish-speaking family, and he owed, I think, his status to his education in the Patriarchal Academy. And towards the end of the 18th century, we already know that, you know, going to Europe was one of these ways to, you know, to rise up within the social hierarchy, and they were also encountering lots of, you know, challenges in that regard as well. But I think in the 18th century, we certainly talk about the role of education becoming more and more important for the changing hierarchies in the Ottoman society.
If I may add, in the 17th century, we have the example of Panagiotis Nikousis, of course, and then of Alexandros Mavrokordatos, who, well, from one part of his family, he was not a member of the elites, but Nikousis was not a member of the elites, and his ascension, his social advancement was due to his networking, of course, but also to his erudition, his knowledge, which were, of course, precious for what he did and for his personal status.
If I may interject in that regard, I think that there's a major difference. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know if you would agree with that, but I think during the 17th century, education was still an important means. But when they returned from their European universities, mostly in Italy, they did not necessarily encounter any challenges within the Orthodox community. But in the second half of the 18th century, I think, as we also know from the work of Paschalis Christomilidis, they were encountering a series of hierarchies who already actually owed their status partly to education and their connection to the Ottoman Empire.
So you have shifting and social advancement. And yeah, that's very interesting as a topic, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have questions from the audience? Yes, please.
How much read the Turkish writing? I mean, how was the mutual knowledge of the letter writers? Could they understand what the other side was, or did they always have to have a translator?
Well, for sure, Hrisantos knew Turkish, and but yeah, in responding to these letters, he probably had an intermediary as well, because he was coming from a higher status, and he was in a position to employ translators, Muslim translators who worked for his chancery. And among the Ottoman Muslim ones, I think it depends on their personal backgrounds. So Esad Efendi was coming from Yanina. That's how he knew the language. And we expect the chief interpreter to have at least some familiarity with the language through his father's connections with Thessaloniki. But the number is bigger than we assume, I suppose. And every now and then we learn about a new text in which somebody from a certain religious background is using the language of the other side. But in the coming years, I think we will have a more reasonable idea of their numbers. But the number is increasing, I must say.
Thank you. Dr. Konortas has a question.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the three persons who enlightened some aspects of these contacts between Muslim intellectuals and Orthodox intellectuals. I would like to add, if I permit very shortly, that such contacts through the sources appear even before and after the fall of Constantinople, especially under the initiative of Mehmed II, who asked from the first patriarch, Gennadius Library, to translate the symbol of the faith in Ottoman language. And secondly, the Greek chronicles of the 16th century had plenty of contacts between musicians in the Ottoman court and musicians of the Orthodox Church. And so there is a constant contact. The question is to which extent this contact is effective in all the strata of the intellectuals in the two communities. And a question to my colleague Zedopoulos. This tendency to martyrdom for a cause also exists just after the fall. And you have the Qualifadas in the 18th century, but the Isichastes in the second half of the 15th. So it reminds me some elements of these tendencies. We have, for instance, fathers in the Mount Athos that push their disciples to go to Thessaloniki and suffer the martyrdom. But even if it is so, how this tendency of certain circles of the Orthodox Church can coexist with πατρική διδασκαλία, for instance? This is the main question. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, of course, I'm familiar with this tendency in the second half of the 15th century and the early 16th century, that is the ex-patriarch Niphon, who sent two of his, not actually sent, but led two of his disciples to go for martyrdom, let us say. This is a very particular case which I have not been able to explain adequately, but it is a unique case. You have no continuation. We have nothing before this this peak, let us say, and then it is only at the end of the 17th century, and particularly, of course, in the 18th century, where you have all this theory about voluntary martyrdom by the ex-Kolivades, and you have also these new martyrs who have been trained by those people and who go for martyrdom in the islands of the Aegean and particularly in the cities of the west coast of Asia Minor. The case of Niphon is a unique one, and I think that something is going on, that it is due to his to the fact that he was thrown off the throne of the ecumenical patriarchate, and maybe to his connections with the Danubian principalities. But this begs for research. It's actually a lacuna in what regards the whole development of martyrdom. As to the fact that on the one hand you have the πατρική διδασκαλία, on the second hand you have the voluntary martyrdom. Yes, it may seem somewhat contradictory, but the subversion of the political religious hierarchy by voluntary martyrdom was an unintended consequence. They did not want actually to produce, to do something that would harm the prestige of the of Ottoman rule. And we know that Athanasius Parius, one of the main theorists of voluntary martyrdom, was one of the staunch supporters of Ottoman legitimization. But it's another thing to support the Ottoman rule as a bulwark, mostly against secularization and revolution, and it is another thing to promote the truth of Christianity in order to challenge the prerogatives of the church, of the official church, which seemed to those people to be very very conformist. And it's another thing to go and attack the political order. They did not do this. But what they did actually had implications that worked to that effect. The best way I can describe it is really unintended consequences of an action. And it is indicative that that no one is actually conservative. Everybody wants to change an existing constellation and existing situations. This is what the proponents of the Greek Enlightenment want. This is what the Kolivades want. Of course, not the same direction, not the same aim, but an aim at changing things. And we saw it even in this oracular text, that this conception of human agency, even when it is not stated directly, is very much in the minds of those people. And obviously, when you do things, you can have unintended consequences of what you do.
Do we have more questions? Yes?
Thank you. My question is for Sancho, a comment for Yusuf, if I can do my comment later. My question is, what was the main purpose of this kind of writing between Muslim scholars and Christian scholars, let's say? Okay, patriarch, but I wonder if the purpose was to I wonder if the purpose was like an intellectual exercise, or accepting the accepting the higher expertise of the non-Muslim scholars. Was there such a thing? Do you see that hierarchy too? I mean, you mentioned the hierarchy in addressing the other, but do we see that kind of hierarchy, the acceptance, the acknowledgement of the higher knowledge of the non-Muslim scholars because they have been more in, let's say, in European centers, etc.? Do we see that too?
These are very good and triggering questions that I also had in my mind for some years. I don't have an answer, but I have some gut feeling, and I don't have any evidential support for that, but my understanding is that Hrisantos created some kind of a patronage system. So this is something that Harun Küçük mentioned some 10 years ago, but I believe without enough evidential support. My understanding is that he's right. I think he's right, but I'm still collecting, bits and pieces of information. But quite clearly, I mean, they see him somewhere above themselves. And you can see it from the way they address him, from the language that they use in addressing him. And we see also that, he's providing them with some materials, some manuscripts. So it's, I think, possible that they value his education in Padua as well, even if he was not, formally registered there. And when Esad Efendi was translating the commentary on Aristotle's logic, he mentions, for example, that he made use of a manuscript that an Orthodox student used during the lectures of Ioannis Kotinos at the University of Padua. So I think Hrisantos was somewhere in between. If he's not the one who provided him with this manuscript, he still may have played the role of agency. So I don't have a clear answer, I'm sure, but this is my feeling, I would say.
Thank you. Can I continue with my comment on Yorgos Giadopoulos' this is very interesting talk? you said that dying for religion, martyrdom, voluntary martyrdom, brought forth or, brought this kind of expectation of divine intervention. Divine intervention, right?
Well, I spoke of the expectations of divine intervention as to the oracular text, but voluntary martyrdom is not associated directly with divine intervention. It's something different. But both patterns are discernible in the text. This is why I brought them together.
I wondered what could be, in the context of the 18th century, what could be the help that could have been, waited from outside powers in that respect, like an apostate being executed by the Ottoman power. And did they wait some? Because I think, of course, in the 19th century context, if that had been in the 19th century context, an apostate being executed, the help that they would be waiting, or the support that they would be waiting from outside powers like Britain or others, or Catholic powers to intervene, because with using the argument of freedom of religion, etc. I think you understand what I mean. What could this mean in the 18th century context? I think we are totally in a different place here in the 18th century. It's totally different than the ground that we're talking about in the 19th century. Christian-Muslim relations are totally different. I'm just putting a question mark. Yes. Then in the 18th century, when we compare the two centuries, 18th and 19th century. So what would you say on that?
Well, first, the expectations of help, let us say, through the intervention of a foreign power, as far as I know, in the 18th century, has to do with Russia. It's what Professor Kitromilidis said, the Russian expectation, and Nicholas Pissis has also explored this issue. I'm not aware of any expectation, and of course I'm not aware of an oracular text where another power functions as the instrument of divine will as to the deliverance of the Orthodox Christians from the Ottomans. Even if in Vulgaris's στοχασμοί περί της παρούσης κρίσεως του Οθωμανικού κράτους, or something like that, is the title from 1774 or 5. He urges the Western powers to leave the Russians free, do what they have in mind. But he's not envisaging any intervention from the Western powers. And of course, you're right, the constellation in the 19th century is very different. And due to a lot of factors and so on, a very interesting factor, of course, in the 19th century is the persistence of the relation of expectations with Russia, at least until the Crimean War and the subsequent friction inside the Greek Orthodox, Greeks and Bulgarians, the exarchy, the, let's say, pan-Slavistic turn, or however you want to call it, of the Russians and so on.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you everyone for your presentations, and thank you everyone from our audience for contributing to the conversation with your very interesting questions. I think we can proceed now with our break, and then we'll get back for our second panel. Our first one was on the intellectual connections, and the second one will be artistic connections, and we'll start at 12:30. Thank you all.
Okay, I would like to welcome you all once more to this wonderful workshop entitled Orthodoxy and the Ottoman World Around It. This is our second session. In the first session, for those who were not here, I would like to say a few words. The first session was on intellectual connections. Our speakers talked about a broad range of topics and questions, and they brought out certain themes regarding Ottoman, Muslim and non-Muslim relations in the 18th century. So we're looking at the long 18th century as the chronological scope of this conference has been designated by Yusuf Karabicak, the organizer of this conference, to whom we are thankful for bringing us together. So in this long 18th century, we are looking at Ottoman. We're actually looking at maybe the Greek world surrounded by the Ottoman world, or rather the entanglement between these two worlds. 18th century obviously was a very important century that brought forth many important shifts and changes regarding the Rum millet, as Professor Konortas has shown in his lifelong work, and we are looking forward to his keynote speech today. In the first session, in the first panel, our speakers talked about literary connections, scholarly correspondence between Muslims and non-Muslims, very interesting talks on the writings of Notaras, Patriarch Notaras, and Esad Efendi, as it was elaborated on in the first speech. And then we looked at the intellectual overlaps between Konstantinos Dapontes and Mehmet Hashim's writings. And then we concentrated with Yorgos Gedopoulos's talk on religious conversion and political contestation in the 19th century. So I just want to come to this panel's topic, which is the artistic connection. So in a way, we're going to move from the texts to textiles, which is not that far maybe, or somehow related. So and I wonder if our questions related to hierarchy, gathering around notions of, hierarchy, exchange, and borrowings maybe, or entanglements will also continue in this panel as well. So without losing more time on this long introduction, I would like to invite our first speaker, Mara Verikuku, and I will first of all read her bio to you. So Mara Verikuku joined the Benaki Museum in 2003 as assistant curator of the Byzantine and post-Byzantine collection. She is currently the curator. She obtained her MA in History of Art from the University of Aberdeen and her MA in Museum Studies from University College London. She is a PhD candidate at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens School of History and Archaeology, with a thesis titled Temporary Exhibition Policy and Communication at the Benaki Museum from the 1970s to 2015. Mara has been involved as a researcher in various exhibition projects, for example, Heaven and Earth, Art of Byzantium from Greek collections. So there is a long parenthesis here, National Gallery of Washington, and then Paul Getty Museum, Los Angeles Art Institute of Chicago, and Asia Minor Hellenism, Heyday, Catastrophe, Displacement, Rebirth. And she has participated in the coordination of Russian religious art from Russia to Greece, Benaki Museum of Greek Culture, and roots of icons from 17th century to 19th century, again in Benaki Museum. In 2018-2019, Mara curated the Benaki Museum pop-up exhibition, Healing the Body, Medical Instruments and Healing Practices from Late Antiquity to the Middle Ages. In 2021, she curated another Benaki exhibition, 1821, The Collector's Choice, and in 2022, she curated the On the Relics of Asia Minor exhibition at Sadirvan, Drama. Her current research focuses on various Benaki Museum collections, late antique and medieval medical instruments, Venetian icon frames, and 18th to 19th century ecclesiastical silverware. So the floor is yours, Mara.
Thank you so much, Mary, for your kind words. Is it better now? Yeah. Thank you, Yusuf, for the opportunity to be here with you today. Thank you, Dr. Georgopoulou, for your patience and understanding. This presentation will discuss a variety of 17th, 18th century objects in the collections of the Benaki Museum that have been associated with the Phanariots, with the aim to examine how the narrative on Phanariots and their identity is presented today at the museum. The objects include secular and religious jewelry made in Istanbul, silverware from Transylvania, Edirne, and Wallachia, embroidery and textiles made in Constantinopolitan workshops, as well as icons and paintings. The abundance of similar objects destined for members of the Phanariot Society reveals the level of investment in patronage, both secular and religious, in Istanbul and the Danubian principalities during the period in question, and allows us to explore connections between the Phanariots and other social groups in the Ottoman Empire. Portraits of dragomans or princes from the Danubian principalities, as well as Phanariot ladies in paintings and lithographs, helps us complete the picture of their model's identity and understand their taste in art. Sorry. We begin with items of secular jewelry from Constantinopolitan workshops destined for the high society of Ottoman Phanar. They are decorated with typical Ottoman motifs and in typically Ottoman enamel technique, but they also keep up with the trends of the European art. Similar objects, such as the Encolpion with the double-headed eagle, are kept at the monastery of Vatopedi. The ivory pectoral with gilt mounts and miniature carved scenes decorated with chaste inscription and Ottoman-style flowers shows on the one hand the elevated rank of the patron, but on the other hand it is also a typical Constantinopolitan object that indicates the luxury and the taste of ecclesiastical patrons. Two more objects, an enamel-decorated Encolpion pectoral and a staff, both belong to the Metropolitan Parthenios, further stress this reading. The Benaki Museum also houses a variety of silverware connected to the Danube principalities and the Phanariots, such as this silver dish with the busts of the 12 Apostles by George May II, and a silver gilt New Testament cover made by Sebastian Kahn. Both May and Kahn were master goldsmiths active in Transylvania and were employed by several hospodars and voivodas. The next slide appear silver covers of gospels from Wallachian workshops, like the one made by Nikolaos Vragianit. On all of these objects, the slide before and this one, the influence of Western art is evident in the choice of artist and design. For more silver covers originating from Edirne also saw influences from Transylvanian workshops. Similar gospels to these four are found at the National Museum of Romania, where silver objects were made by George May II and by Sebastian Kahn, belonging to the Voivoda Constantin Brancoveanu. There is a very large book dedicated to these objects in Romanian language, unfortunately. Similar influence of Transylvanian originals on silver gilt covers can also be seen here. On the left, the gift of King Solomon of Georgia to the Church of St. Gregory of Nyssa, while on the right, a cover originating from Van, both with Armenian inscriptions. Moving on to the textiles, an important object from the collection is Air Antimisium, made in a Transylvania workshop, as testified by the tall and slender figures with small heads, which spring to mind Transylvania gold embroideries of the 15th-16th century. The textiles made by Despineta, as the epitaphios, the blue epitaphios over here, a prominent lady from Fanar, recently, it's not very friendly to me, recently published by Anna Balyan, are also very important. In their case, the luxury of the material and the meticulous technique of Despineta, the embroiderer, prove the sophisticated taste of such, the sophisticated taste of the patrons and owners of such textiles. You see, it's not friendly to me. The same applies for the two gold-embroidered icons of St. Nicholas made by Despineta and her apprentice Efrosini, and St. George made by the nun Agathi. Although it is important to acknowledge that the style of Despineta influenced the next generations of embroiderers, what is most interesting in these two objects is the wooden frame with inlaid mother of pearl, which adds to the luxury of the icons. The next two icons feature the same subject matter, the pilgrimage of the site of Zoologos Pigi outside the walls of Constantinople. They are of interest to this presentation not only because of the theme, their provenance, and the influence of the art of the capital that can be seen on them, but also because of their detailed wood-carved frames that raise questions. In both cases, two angels hold crown at the top of the icons. This element points to either a patriarchal or Phanariot princely patronage, since most coat of arms have crowns on their arms. The following icons also underline a strong connection with the art of Constantinople. The painter, Konstantinos Andrianopoulos, in 1746, executed a variety of icons destined for the Patriarchal Church of St. George. The icon with the Second Coming by Abraham, although quite naive in comparison with the left one, whose style derives from Constantinople, depicts elements of everyday life visible on the dress of the groups that arrive to be judged. For example, on the princes, on the left, possibly Phanariots, as we surmise from their attire, which form the part of the group of the rich wrongdoers. The silk icon that you can see with the Ypsilantis family coat of arms is dated 1797 and is embroidered in gold thread. It belonged to the Prince Alexander of Wallachia, 1726-1806, grandfather of Prince Alexander Ypsilantis, who in 1820 assumed the leadership of the Philikiet area. This object was donated by Marina Ypsilanti to the Benaki Museum in 1964. Beyond the objects already described, the Benaki Museum is home to dozens of other items connected with the Phanariots. The collection of prints and drawings includes views of Constantinople, as well as portraits of a part of the narrative of Hellenism without stressing the refugee Helum provenance. Not all of these objects are connected to the Phanariot princes are on display, and this can be attributed to several reasons. Firstly, and more importantly, due to the lack of space. The grand narrative of the Benaki Museum of Greek Culture is confined to a relatively small building housing some 6,000 objects, whereas by now the collections in total include more than 50,000 objects and works of art. Secondly, the aim of the 2000 rearrangement was to present the Greek communities of Smyrna, Constantinople, and Asia Minor during the Ottoman Empire, such as the title of Gallery 16. Galleries 26 27 and 28 respectively, are dedicated to masterpieces in embroidery, gold and silver, the continuity of tradition in 17th and 18th century ecclesiastical painting, and ecclesiastical gold and silver from the 17th to the 19th centuries. The museographical display of jewelry, silverware, textiles, paintings, and 17th and 19th century icons changed due to their research on these objects. Anna Balyan began to explore their workshops, techniques, iconography, and style in order to see them not only as heirlooms, but as works of art within the context of the Ottoman Empire. Research identified connections between many objects and Phanariot princes, voivodas, and workshops at the dining principalities. However, although some of these objects are on permanent display at the Benaki Museum of Greek Culture, the Phanariot past is not presented. In fact, Phanar is still to this day not part of the Benaki Museum narrative. Yet again, the only mention of Phanariot families is to those who supported the Greek War of Independence, and it appears as it appears in the third floor displays. Here you can see before the 2021 major exhibition. The recent refurbishment of these displays, which opened last March, did not change this in any significant way. And neither did the 2021 temporary exhibition with the title 1821 Before and After, which celebrated the Greek Revolution bicentenary. There, as you can see on the photograph with the red background, the gospel that we saw earlier with the velvet cover from Edirne that was made in a Transylvanian workshop was included in the section dedicated to the church during Ottoman rule. The connection to the Italian principalities was not mentioned. In the same exhibition, the portraits and personal objects of Phanariot princes were displayed once more in connection to their role in the Greek uprising of 1821. At present, objects from the collection of post-Byzantine art in the Benaki Museum are included in the chronological narrative of Greek identity, which unfolds on the ground and the first floor of the museum. Most Phanariot objects are exhibited there. Does the general public in Greece and beyond need to know more about Phanar and the Phanariots? Certainly yes. Do we need Phanar and its network patronage and art to be displayed separately at the Benaki Museum? Perhaps. Does Phanar fit in the narrative of the Benaki Museum of Greek Culture? Probably. For now, more questions have emerged than answers. In my opinion, research on Phanar has to take the lead by developing interdisciplinary questions in order to allow better understanding of the Phanariots. Then the time will come for the permanent displays in museums. I was quite quick. Thank you all for your attention and your patience.
Thank you, Mara, for your very interesting reflection on the representation of Phanariots in the realm of museology, I would say. And it's really nice to see that the developments in the field of historiography on the Phanariots are kind of accompanied or followed by how they are represented also in museums. So I would like to introduce you our second speaker, Nikolaos Vrizidis, who is a postdoctoral research fellow at the Department of History and Archaeology of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. He received his PhD from SOAS University of London with a thesis on Greek Orthodox vestments of the Ottoman period. His scholarly work explores issues of identity in relation to material culture, especially ecclesial textiles and metalwork in the late medieval and early modern Mediterranean, subjects on which he has written more than 20 articles and book chapters. In 2016, he convened a conference on Mediterranean textiles, which resulted in an edited volume of essays, The Hidden Life of Textiles in the Medieval and Early Modern Mediterranean, published by Brepols in 2020. His latest publications include the article Between three worlds. The Veneto-Saracenic candle holder of Dohirariu Monastery, convivium, exchanges and interactions in the arts of medieval Europe, Byzantium and the Mediterranean, for which he has received the Andrandakis Prize by the Christian Archaeological Society, as well as he has also articles on the reception of Mongol elements in later Byzantine art and the perception of Iranian art from later Byzantium to modern Greece. He is a member of various scientific and learned societies, including the Christian Archaeological Society. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. Can you, introduction, can you, okay, you can hear me. So, first of all, I would like to convey my cordial thanks to Yusuf Karabicak and Maria Georgopoulou for inviting me to this really delightful workshop. And I really hope that my presentation will add something to this quite profound and substantial dialogue that the workshop has opened up. So, my paper, and yes, we need to follow the slides, yes. So my paper focuses, discusses the relationship between Ottoman textile culture and the Greek Orthodox Church, a line of investigation that I have been exploring for quite some time. This research has led me to believe that there is something recapitulative in specific traits one encounters in textile production and consumption during the 18th century. Essentially, the institutionalization of certain customs of the Church that can be traced to the 16th century, as well as changes in the social and cultural life of the Church itself, but also of the Greek Orthodox community in general. In fact, parts of my presentation draw inspiration from the concept of the longue durée, as it was cultivated by the French school of Annales. As most of you already know, this concept puts more weight on slow historical developments in view of the perspectives that this investigation can offer, quite rich and useful for our interpretations. I would like to test to what extent these developments in the Church's association with Ottoman textile culture can be better explained through this concept. But let's start from the beginning. There is evidence that the Orthodox Church had embraced at least some aspects of Ottoman textile culture even before the dissolution of Byzantium. For example, a document that was prepared for the Council of Basel in 1437 mentions that in Anatolia, the Christian clergy had adopted the dress of the infidels, of course, a pejorative expression meaning the Turks. This is a clear indication that the Latin emissaries who wrote this report on the state of the Orthodox Church had seen men of the cloth, priests, bishops, and archbishops, as it is mentioned in the document, wearing the same fabrics as those used by the Muslims of Anatolia. Another important element, another important piece of material evidence is the funerary cloth preserved in Studenica Monastery, an early inscribed Ottoman silken fabric bearing the name of Sultan Bayezid I. As a side note, this fabric has been investigated by Professor Amanda Phillips, and part of the results of this research has been have already appeared in her monograph. Now, what may have been a tendency clearly became a central choice for the Church after the finalization of the conquest of the whole of Anatolia, Constantinople, and a part of the Balkans in the 15th century. No doubt this transition as well could well be explained, if not explained, at least discussed with the concept of the longue durée. But of course, this is not the focus of this presentation. The focus is those aspects of Ottoman textile culture embraced by the Church, evolving slowly, becoming more standardized, and or taking a direction that reflects the way the institution was shaped throughout the centuries. One of the tendencies I would like to underline is the treatment of luxurious fabrics as currency, cultural and actual capital, a commodity one could invest in, which in certain cases may have also infringed with the sacred status of vestments. For example, Patriarch Jeremias I incites in his will was written sometime before 1541 and 1543, the abbot of Stavronikita monastery to preserve the Cenobitic way of life. Among the advice he gives is to avoid luxurious garments. Another letter by the same patriarch sent to the same monastery incites the monks to not appropriate the monastery's movable property, including vestments. This most probably meant that luxury was acceptable for vestments, but not for the garments worn by the clerics and monks in everyday life. Then, in 1574, an effort began for Vatopedi to become again a cenobium. On this matter, there is correspondence with Patriarch Jeremias II Tetranos, who advises the brotherhood that monks should not sell, buy, or trade habits, vestments, or headdresses for profit, but instead limit themselves to what was strictly necessary for their survival. This perhaps betrays a certain unofficial practice which might even have extended to vestments. More illuminating information on the matter can be traced in the correspondence between Theodosios Zygomalas, a well-known protonotarios of the Patriarchate and member of the intellectual family that played an important role in the patriarchal court in the 16th century, and the Metropolitan of Bursa, Grigorios. In the letter, the Metropolitan of Bursa informs Zygomalas of his effort to collect the tax he owed to the Patriarch, and also of his act of procuring silk as asked. This evidence testifies in favor of the notion of financial and at the same time cultural aspect of Ottoman dress and fabrics penetrating deeply into the life of the Church. However, it should be noted that at this point in time, the right to pay one's taxes in fabrics is not mentioned in patriarchal berats. Of course, early berats are not that many, but still the absence of such a provision is indicative of a probably ad hoc and unofficial practice. It is during the 18th century that the documentation becomes more prolific and the text of the berats expands impressively. Among the provisions that become a constant and appear in all patriarchal berats issued to the Patriarch of Constantinople is the Metropolitan's right to pay the taxes in fabrics when short of cash. An interesting development is also the 1800 patriarchal petition to the Porte asking for the Orthodox flock to be given the right to pay the taxes to the Metropolitan of Bursa Anthimos in fabrics. A 1650 document from the Bursa Ottoman archive concerning the appointment of the head of the guild of the Kemcha weavers, Kemcha being one of the luxurious silk weaves interwoven with metal threads, may provide some insights into this patriarchal petition. It features an almost equal balance in the numbers of Muslim and Christian, especially Greek, names mentioned. What is more, a certain Pandeli, a Greek Orthodox Christian, was appointed foreman of the workshop Ishpashi. The fact that the artisan responsible for the efficient execution of work was a Christian clearly reveals a complex interreligious dynamic within this mixed guild. A document from the same archive, a fetva issued in 1595, may provide some more useful context. Responding to a complaint by Muslim heads of velvet workshops, Kadifegilares Nafe, some of which bear the typical name for converts to Islam, son of Abdullah, the Qadi ordered the punishment of Muslim weavers that worked for a non-Muslim boss, despite the vacancies in workshops run by other Muslims. Although there is void in the period's documentation, and there are documents that have probably not been published yet, the appointment of the Christian foreman in the Guild of Kemhag weavers may reveal the way the position of the Christians in the weaving industry was manifested institutionally, but without an infringement of the Islamic law. This may have been a resolution in the aftermath of conflict, as the Christians rose to relative prominence in an industry that was predominantly Muslim and initially depended a lot on slaves and converts to Islam. If this evidence is paired with the patriarchal petition, the request for the flock to pay its taxes to the Metropolitan of Bursa in kind seems to be better explained. Thus, overall, this evidence should be explored in light of the applicability of the longue durée paradigm and perhaps also test its limits. Finally, a 1779-1780 document from Istanbul's Kadi Sicilleri concerning the stewardship of the Constantinopolitan Guild of the Kemha weavers provides another interesting piece of information. As a religiously mixed guild, the list of its artisans features Christian names, especially Armenians such as Karabet, Agob, Krikor, as well as others that could be Jewish, for example, Abraham, David. And among them, there is a certain Papayori mentioned, without a doubt, a Greek Orthodox cleric. Of course, this was a cleric in an urban center, not an Athenite monk. But still, the difference between the attitude expressed in the 16th century patriarchal letters to Vatopeli and the professional engagement of a cleric with weaving luxurious fabrics, and in fact in a religiously mixed guild, is impressive. In the absence of comparative evidence, one cannot draw safe conclusions. Perhaps in this case, the limits of the longue durée are met. The other aspect I would like to bring forward is the development of the Hilat ceremony, that is, the presentation of the robe of honor by a high state official, with the robe acting as a visual device to communicate one's filiation to the state. There is no doubt that the Patriarch of Constantinople received the robe of honor upon his appointment from the beginning of Ottoman rule. This was one of his ceremonial privileges, besides the right to ride on horseback in the streets of the city, especially after the Hilat ceremony, which in effect was his ceremony of confirmation. The evidence on the ceremony's specifics is again patchy and asymmetrical, but it is worth considering some developments. Ottoman and Western documentation from the 17th century mentions that the Patriarch would be accompanied for the Hilat ceremony by the small circle of metropolitans that have elected him, those residing in Istanbul, in Constantinople, evidently. Besides the Patriarch and the metropolitans, lay officials such as the steward of the Patriarch would also receive the Hilat. The distinction of rank in certain documents appears to be whether the Hilat was belted or not, with the belted, called Kuşaklık, being given to the Patriarch and other officials that were recognized to be of the same rank, such as the voivodas of the Danube principalities. The 18th and 19th century documentation on the subject is far richer and may reveal some developments. For example, a 1794 Hatti Humayun on the appointment of Patriarch Gerasimos, formerly Metropolitan of Derkon, reveals that the Patriarch elect was now accompanied not only by the metropolitans, but also by notables of the Greek Orthodox community. This goes along with the institution's change of character in the 18th century into a mixed lay ecclesiastical bureaucracy. But again, the formalization of these developments may have reflected earlier socioeconomic and cultural fermentations that were slowly taking place and were waiting to be officially expressed. A few points that pertain to the hilat in the 18th century. First, of course, as everything else, it becomes easier to document, and we can document what we already sort of know, that the same fabrics we encounter in hilats were also used in ecclesiastical vestments. In the slide that I'm showing you, a hilat from the Museum of Islamic Art in Berlin, originally belonging to an envoy of Friedrich the Great of Prussia, called Gregorovius, and a sticharion from Xeropotamu monastery, were cut from the same fabric, as you can see, exact same fabric. The weaving and materials are not top quality, an element that testifies for the widespread top-to-bottom spread of Ottoman fashions in the church. I cannot conclude that this was an 18th century phenomenon just because it is easier to document. However, it should be considered within the wider frame of the church's rise to prominence in the internal Ottoman dynamics of power. Furthermore, textual evidence concurs with the weaving and use of another type of fabric that was popular in the 18th century, the so-called chatayi among the Greek community. Chatayi owes its name to the Ottoman term for China, being conceived being conceived as a chinoiserie, or at least what seemed in Ottoman eyes to be a chinoiserie back then. Greek inventories of lay and ecclesiastical estates reveal the widespread use of chatayi in the 18th century, taking over more traditional luxury weaves such as kemcha that I have already mentioned. The preference for chatayi at the Ottoman court and its widespread use and weaving by the Greek community, with chatayi being produced in Chios and elsewhere in continental Greece, reveals again a remarkable synchronization of taste. Finally, I would be very interested in exploring how the belted hilat given to the patriarch may have impacted on the use of hieratic belts and girdles. 17th and 19th century examples are quite Ottoman in their aesthetic, and we also know of belts exchanged as gifts between high clergymen. However, it is only in 1801 to 1803 that we find a mention in the Firman issued to the Guild of the Sandalje, the weavers of sandal, a type of silk or half silk that pertains to hieratic belts. Among the specializations of this religiously mixed guild, we find the hieratic belt, papash kushae, perhaps an indication of a demand for the specific type of belt bought by clergymen. Overall, and this is how I will close, the 18th century is a period of major developments in the life and culture of the empire, as well as of the church. And textile culture can offer useful insights into these changes, whether they developed slowly in time in the longue durée paradigm or not. In any case, these insights reveal the active participation of the Church and the Greek Orthodox community in the formation of Ottoman textile culture, perhaps more than other periods. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Nico, for this very insightful talk on a topic that straddles the history of consumption, even the history of taste, and these very interesting relations between Ottoman textile culture and the Orthodox Church. Now I will introduce you Anna Balyan, our third speaker, the last speaker of this panel. Anna Balyan is a curator emerita of Benaki Museum. In 1990, she became curator of the collection of post-Byzantine silver and religious embroideries. And from 2004, when the Benaki Museum of Islamic Art was inaugurated, she was the senior curator of the Islamic collection. She has published on subjects ranging from Byzantine and Islamic art to post-Byzantine, Armenian and Ottoman art and culture, with particular emphasis on metalwork and textiles.
Her latest work is on immured Iznik and other ceramics in Greek churches of the 16th and 17th centuries, and on Despinita, a Phanariotleti embroiderer of the late 17th century. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to talk to people who did what I did when I was younger. I was trying to learn Turkish, but I wasn't very successful, as you are. Okay, so my subject is on, you see the subject, and you see two pictures of Synassos and Kermira. When the Public Benefit Refugee Property Fund was established in 1928 for the purpose of collecting refugee community assets and making them available to the newly founded refugee communities, it was also decided that the heirlooms which have archaeological, historical, or artistic value would be distributed to state museums. I think Mara Verikoko already said this, but nowadays a large part of refugee heirlooms is held by the Benaki Museum, the Museum of Modern Greek Culture, and the Byzantine and Christian Museum in Athens. But what are the heirlooms? And more to the point, what are the refugee heirlooms? We generally use the term heirlooms in reference to objects of the relatively near past, which are considered precious due to their historical or emotional value, and which are kept as mementos, as reminders of the past. They are often family or religious heirlooms that have a history or are connected to important events. The refugee heirlooms in museum collections are mostly religious, the so-called heirlooms of piety, as they are very aptly described. Heirlooms of piety are works of ecclesiastical art, religious heirlooms that barren scholars of the so-called post-Byzantine art are no longer of interest, except as relics, mementos of the refugees' flight, as reverential reminders of forgotten or lost homelands. The refugee heirlooms are therefore national as well as religious heirlooms, at least for Greeks. Until very recently, because of this double ideological burden, we didn't really deal with heirlooms. We didn't even handle the religious ones. They have a transcendental spiritual value, and when it comes to icons or reliquaries, we tend to worship them. The question, however, remains crucial and relate both to the sources and to the way we deal with the past and the way we reconstruct it. Over and beyond nostalgic memories and imaginary constructs, who were the refugees in their places of origin? What was their history before the exchange and earlier? We know about Smyrna, Constantinople, and Trebizond in the 19th century, in the era of the prosperous Greek merchants and banker class, the period of the Hellenic societies and schools. However, what do we know of the time before the 19th century, of the small towns and villages dispersed in the eastern and western part of the Ottoman Empire? The refugee heirlooms provide unmediated material, enabling us to delve into forgotten memories, to convert into history the narratives of folk art and the refugee tradition, and to enter into a world more or less unknown to us, the world of the Ottoman Empire and its Christian subjects. Thus, what is at first revealed when we deal with this material is the history and art of the Greek Orthodox population, the Romi of the Ottoman Empire, but not just them, because the history and art of the Greek Orthodox people of the Ottoman Empire, and indeed of Constantinople up to 1922, also concerns the Greeks within Greece. With that in mind, I will show you some examples of the heirlooms from two important settlements of Ottoman Cappadocia, Germir or Kermira. And now I should turn the slide here. Yes. So Germir or Kermira, a Turkish-speaking village in the outskirts of Caesarea. I hope you can see it. So whose name, according to Nikolaos Rizos, who writes in 1856, derives from the Armenian Germir or Kermir, meaning tannery. And the well-known Synassos, here is Synassos in the Greek part of the map, Here is Synassos in the Prokopi region, 73 kilometers southeast of Caesarea. The Metropolitan of Caesarea, Evstathios Kleovoulos, from 1871 to 76, calls Synassos Athens in Asia Minor. And according to a local scholar, Sarandidis Archelos, writing in 1926, Synassos is the diamond of the Orient. The region and all Christian villages in Cappadocia in general are characterized by the lack of history. Places without history, as is declared in the subtitle of one book on Synassos by Christos Hatziosif in 2005. When it comes to Synassos, however, there has been several efforts by local historians and it has acquired a kind of history, albeit not ancient history as the local scholars of the century before the last would have desired. Germir, on the other hand, is immersed in obscurity, which is why it might seem strange that some of the most important works of the 1700 to the 19th century period exhibited at the Benaki Museum come from Germir. And we'll see some of them. So this is a small pattern for holding the consecrated bread with a Karamali inscription dated 1719. This is the oldest Karamali inscription on a liturgical vessel. The early 18th century was important in the area because from the same time in 1718 we have the first Karamali edition printed in Venice. The small pattern is dedicated to the Church of St. Theodore in Kermir. The last phrase mentions the name Haji Sirin, who is perhaps the donor, but I'm not sure about, perhaps you can enlighten me. I don't know if she's a female or male. At least Jean D'Allegio, who did the translation, mentioned Haji Sirin as a man, but I know that Sirin is a female name also. So this period also is associated with Damat Ibrahim Pasha, who is credited according to tradition, to the Karamali tradition, for allowing the renovation of several churches and monasteries in the area. He was himself born in a village nearby, Muskara, renamed and refounded as Nevşehir, which Greeks called Neapolis, which is the exact translation. This is a holy water basin dated 100 years later, 1815, from the Church of St. Theodore in Kermir. An almost identical basin dated January 1st, 1815, belonged to the Metropolitan Church of St. Nicholas in Caesarea and is now held by the Byzantine Christian Museum in Athens. Notice the names of the donors on the Benaki Museum basin. Haji Potos and Haji Anton dedicate the basin to the Church of the St. Theodore in Kermir. This is a Holy Communion set made of gold, dated 1795. It's the only golden chalice set that I know from the Benaki Museum, from other museums, and from large treasuries of museums like the Sina or the Vatopedi, for instance. It's the only golden liturgical set that I know. So, and it consists of a chalice, a paten, a communion spoon, and an asterisk, which is placed over the paten as you see it, to prevent the fabric cover to touch the bread, the holy bread. So these objects, according to the inscription, were offered to the Church of St. Theodore in Kermira by Haji Potos, Haji Anton, and his mother, Haji Zumzut, which means emerald, and later is translated as Haji Smaragda in Greek texts. The chalice and the other objects that make up the set are doubtlessly made in Constantinople by a goldsmith who is versed in the latest trends in Western Europe. Perhaps he's a European settled in Galata, or a local who learned the trade by a European, because he adorns the chalice with rocaille, a typical asymmetrical feature of the Rococo, which he combines with several other Baroque features. The gold offering made by the Haji Potos and Haji Andon to the Church of Agi Theodori in Germir set off a chain reaction. Within the next 2 to 5 years, a local silversmith created 4 similar chalices, which were dedicated to the churches in Yozgat, in the monastery of Taxiarchis in Taxiarch, in Farasa, the mountainous region south of Caesarea, and Caesarea itself. Who were these donors? The emergence of Kemira as the most important village in the ecclesiastical province of Caesarea is directly linked to the activities of the Tsipeloglu family, Haji Potos and his son Haji Agha, who served as advisors and sarafs to the Chapanoglu family of Ayans, the powerful local notables. The sarafs were not merely Shylocks, money lenders or bankers. They were not merely Shylocks of the East or loan sharks. They constituted an integral part of the Ottoman economic system and derived from the non-Muslim subjects of the Ottoman of the empire. Initially the Jews, to be later replaced by the Armenians and Greeks. They were essential for the operation of the lifetime tax farming system, the Malikiane, that prevailed in the Ottoman Empire in the 18th century and provided credit and cash to the upper classes of state officials of the capital, and most importantly for us, to local administrators and governors. Local Turkoman themselves, the Chapanoglu, had powerful connection in the region and were supported by both Turkoman and Christians. The founder of Yozgat, Ahmed Pasha, attracted Muslims from the surrounding region and Christians from Kayseri, Sivri, Hisar, Amasya, and Kemira, whom he apparently valued greatly. The Byzantine and Christian Museum in Athens holds this memorial stone of 1799 that the refugees brought with them, along with their other heirlooms. This is the gravestone of Zumzut, Elias Maragda, and her husband Haji Prodromos or Haji Potos. After 123 years, the people of Kemira thought that the Tsipeloglu family gravestone was an indispensable part of their past that should be not kept behind, and they brought it with them in Greece. When I undertook the study of the refugee heirlooms at the Benaki Museum, I had no idea what or where Kermir was. But I did know about Synassos, this great Greek settlement in the Deep Orient. Looking through the museum heirlooms for Synassos, I was surprised to find only one, this processional cross. This is strange because the residents of Synassos, with that incredible community spirit that characterized them and the information they were privy to due to their connection with Constantinople, had already begun preparing for their relocation before the exchange. They oversaw the transportation of church heirlooms themselves to Nea Synassos in Evia, where they were gathered at their newly built church. It is these heirlooms that were published as recently as Heirlooms of Piety, around 70 items, 37 icons, and 29 metal objects, mostly silver. The number is not impressive, because the Kermira heirlooms respectively count in the refugee list of 1925, 635 pieces. I think many of the Synassos heirlooms that originally were sent to Nea Synassos were later dispersed to individuals and small local churches. So how this processional cross ended up in the refugee fund collection in the Benaki? In any case, it is included in the selection of works photographed and published in an album in 1930 by the Refugee Fund, property. In 1930, before they were, so there is also another, oops, yeah, okay. So it was given it was published in 1930, 1 year before the Metropolitan of Trebizond, Chrysanthos, handed off the material to the Benaki Museum in October 1931, which means that the committee members knew that this cross differed from the usual processional cross. In what it differs? It has an iron core, and normally Byzantine processional crosses have an iron core. They are made of iron. The central piece there, it's the Adrianople cross, the famous Adrianople cross that we have in the Benaki Museum, which is dated end of 10th century. It is made of an iron core. The right one is the Synassos cross, and the left one is from Trebizond. So they thought probably the committee that the processional cross was Byzantine, that's why they kept it. But the cross is inscribed, as you have seen, and you can see the inscription there, 1716. and it's dedicated by the Pandasia for his parent. At the bottom of the bottom arm, you can see the full-length figure of the Apostle Peter, who turned to the left holds a set of keys. This posture and the keys denote the Western European origin of the scene, undoubtedly copied from the title page of a printed book, probably in Venice. So there is no question that the silver sheets are made in the early 18th century. Even so, the decoration was stamped. We know that it was stamped. You can see the back of the cross and a pair of flabella, and notice the medallions with the symbols of the evangelists are the same with those on the flabella. They are stamped from the same molds, which means that the Synassos medallions are made 11 years later than the Xapterica, the flabella. So a different type of question that comes to my mind is why the Synascites did not order a contemporary processional cross to be made for their church. Out of piety, because the iron cross they thought was old and sacred, or because in the early 18th century they were not yet wealthy and powerful enough. On your screen, you can see now a cross made in the end of 17th or early 18th century, made in Constantinople, a cross that follows closely the standard 14th or 15th century Italian shape, an Italian style of cross that had its own life and evolution in the capital of the Ottoman Empire for the use of the Christians, both Armenians and Greek Orthodox. In fact, the oldest such cross that I know is kept in an Armenian church in New Julfa in the outskirts of Isfahan, dated 16th century. Now I don't want to amuse you more with details, but I think you should see this oval pattern. It's dated 1854 and is now kept in Nea Synassos in Evia. The oval shape is familiar to us from other 19th century patterns made in Constantinople. You can see a piece stamped with the tugra of Mahmud II with an added omphalos, and there is another piece again with the tugra of Mahmud II, circular this time, and with an integral omphalos. Ours has most probably the tugra of Abdul Majid, because he's the Sultan after 1839. So what's going on with the patterns? In the workshop of Constantinople, it wasn't only the resident Romii who ordered silverware and other ex-votos for the local church, but also its temporary residents and those passing through, travelers and seamen. They would provide for the birthplace, choose a pattern with a ornamentation that was ready-made in the workshops, and order the centerpiece, so-called omphalos, with the representation of the saint for whose church the offering was intended. The pattern of Synassos has no omphalos, but depicts the three holy hierarchs on the rim, and has a wonderful inscription that explains everything, summarizes the history of the place, and provides the reason of this dedication. So what is sold in this inscription? The Javiargides or the Javiargi shops of Constantinople from workshop Ketiki. So it's not just a Javiargi shop of Constantinople, it's the specific workshop of Ketiki or Yediki. And this pattern is dedicated to the school in the year 1854. So the Javiargi were the merchants and manufacturers of cured fish, caviar, and similar products. Caviar was the main reason for the prosperity of the Synascites. Their guild had the exclusive rights of the trade since the mid-18th century. Constantinople Javiargi shop, it's said in the beginning of the inscription, because as opposed to the Javiargi shops of Galata, because we know from a sigillion, patriarchal sigillion of 1821, a sigillion is a legal document issued by the patriarch, So the Patriarch Sigilios says that there were 15 Synasit Havyardzidika in total, Havyardzi shops, 11 in Constantinople and 4 in Galata. So that particular shop, the Ketiki or Gediki, is in Constantinople. The dedication to the school is important because the dedication justifies the portrayal, first of all, of the three hierarchs. A Greek school first operated in Synassos in the late 18th century. It is mentioned in the Sigillion of 1821. A brotherhood also formed in 1844 for the purpose of reorganizing the school. So, what is the interest of the Synasite guilds in Constantinople for the Greek school? Why they are so much interested? This interest is easily explained. Almost the entire male population of Synassos emigrated to Constantinople. From their 12-year, 11-year-old, they emigrated to Constantinople to work in the guilds, to communicate with the local Greeks, the islanders, and those from Greece itself, and to do well in business. This is very important. They needed to speak good Greek. That's why it was the Greek school of Synassos was inaugurated in the late 18th century. In closing, I don't know how much time I have. In closing, the heirlooms of Kermira and Synassos cover 2 centuries of history of Ottoman Cappadocia. Chronologically, the heirlooms from Kermira precede those from Synassos. The 18th century is a period of local affluence that benefits the residents of Kermira and those around them, while the migration of Synasites to Constantinople in the 19th century leads to financial sufficiency, education, and a gradual shift towards the national center. In both cases, from the gold offerings of the Sarafs of Kermira to the pattern of the Havyardzis of Synassos, Constantinople prevails, setting the tone and style of the refugee heirlooms that stand as a fair representation of the art of the Romi, the Greek Orthodox Christian of the Ottoman Empire. And I believe they mirror also the taste of the patriarchate and the patriarchal cult. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Anna, if you could come here for the questions. All our speakers were on time. We're exactly 20 minutes, each of them. So we have plenty of time to take the questions and answer them. I have just one question for Anna, but I will keep it for as the last question, maybe. So in this panel, many themes came up. From the history of consumption to memory, heritage, ritual, ceremony, symbolism and power, modernization of communities, the importance of schools, also which came up in the last talk. So a plethora of themes we have, and also this is a very interdisciplinary panel as well, and it requires the expertise and knowledge on many fields. It's not really very simple to understand things. It may look simple, but it requires the expertise on history of art, philology. We saw the Karamanlidika writings. It needs a complex way of looking at this wonderful material. So I would like to now get your questions first, and then I will turn on to Zoom. So far, I'm not seeing any questions on Zoom, but I invite our audience on Zoom to write their questions if they have any, and I will also address their questions. Now let's take questions from the floor. Yes, Mr. Konortas, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your excellent presentations. And we learned a lot of things, and we understood this coexistence even in the matter of clothing and art. I would like to extend this, although you are not specialists, I am not at all. So I was impressed by remarking not only in Anatolia, but in Anatolia mainly and in Cappadocia, but also in Cyprus as well as in some areas in the Balkans, many influences in the architecture of churches from Ottoman motifs. I don't know if anybody of you could enlighten this point. I repeat, you are not specialists, but I was impressioned, especially in Cappadocia, by the shape of the churches and all the decorative motifs.
Who would like to address this question?
If you mean that, I cannot talk about the architecture, but I can talk about the decoration. Normally, we believe that the post-Byzantine iconography is entirely Christian, let's say, and entirely either Italian or Byzantine. I think this is not true because we couldn't until recently recognize the motifs that are Ottoman. And I have a very good example from the Moni of Philanthropinon in Yanana, which is a 16th century church with very fine indeed paintings, and there are several areas of the church which are decorated with Ottoman motifs. And I believe that the painter of these motifs was versed also in Ottoman painting. He was well. I'm afraid I don't have material to show, but it will be published soon, I hope. So this is not true that the post-Byzantine iconography is just post-Byzantine. It has a lot to do with Italy and a lot to do with Ottoman art. And this is painting, which is the real pet of post-Byzantine art. In other disciplines, for instance, in woodwork, it's even more shown, evident. The Ottoman influences. If this is the question you asked, I don't know about the type of churches. This is perhaps more difficult to understand. I don't know about that. Probably an architect could tell you if there are influences in the way the church is made.
Thank you for the question and the answer. Are there any other questions? Maria.
Thank you very much for three very interesting, different, but yet quite complementary papers. If I may say something about architecture, which it's totally, far from my expertise, but I think I think we know enough to appreciate and understand that, especially when we deal with architects and with masons and with construction, there is so much that you have to rely on local artisans. Sometimes the people move, yes, but I think we all know this. We understand this as we look at these monuments with more sort of as we open up our eyes to this. And I think there is more to be done, and more is being done, especially in the Balkans. I'm not sure about Anatolia, but maybe about Cappadocia and all that. I wanted to ask something, to come back to, or to combine the relics of piety and Mara's talk about the fanariots. Are the two related? So to me, it's not clear how one should think of fanariots, or what you're proposing, or the questions that you're asking, and how this fits with heirlooms of heirlooms, with these objects that came with refugees. If you can try to enlighten us more on it.
Thank you for your question. I think it's all about Anna Balyan's research, because she was the one who dealt with the material and the objects and was able to not distinguish the Phanariot objects from the typical religious heirlooms of Asia Minor, but in order to give them more identity as to their provenance and their usage as part of the biography of the object, of each object. Because it's very interesting to see how one object changed identity as centuries passed, and how one object became an object d'art, a religious object, and a museological object. So I think Anna can answer more effectively than me. I only see the biography of the objects, they're generated museum. And I don't distinguish the two. I don't think it's the distinguish, but they're not apart, they're the same thing for me, I think.
Well, some of these objects are by definition, of the elite objects. So, for instance, the first object that Mara showed, the belts with the diamonds, and the colored stones, and the golpion of the metropolitan or bishop, I don't remember his name, are so prestigious and expensive that they belong to this class of object, the class of objects that we see paint in the pictures by Van Moor, that the patriarch is wearing jewelry like that, the Sultan is wearing the same type of jewelry, Greek women of the well-dressed wear the same, Armenian women, and Turkish. I mean, they all wear the same type of jewelry that we know from the Topkapi, from the, this bejeweled type of jewelry. They all wear the same type of jewelry. So this is it's the upper class jewelry. The upper class is the Phanariots, at least for the 17th and the early 18th century. Later on, of course, this is more common. And you can see even Metropolitan of Caesarea. I don't know where he got this money, but he had a bet like that.
So it's an issue of class, basically, and money, and be able to acquire the networks with workshops in Constantinople.
From the 18th century, you can see the Western influence in the same type of jewelry. The Western influence, while in the 17th century it's the real Ottoman style. From the 18th century on, you can see the Western influence progressing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Yongu.
I'd like to know more, not now, of course, but if you can give us a hint about women donors, as this Smaragda, this Hadzi Smaragda, or, well, I don't remember. Yes, and maybe the fact that a woman is visible as a donor says something about the social stratum in which she operates. We know, for example, that some women from the broader circle of the Phanariots were visible. In fact, they seem to be the only, almost the only examples of women visible in the community, in the broader Romaic community under Ottoman rule. Maybe it's also this example you presented is also a sign of a role a woman is ready to assume, to undertake, and to make visible. Do we have other women donors who are mentioned explicitly and
There are very few to my knowledge, but Haji Smaragda, Haji Zumzut is always mentioned with her husband, never by itself, by herself, or itself, by herself. So even the tombstone is for Haji Zumzut, and then the husband died later. She died in 1799, and the husband died later, I think in 18-something. So he was buried next to her, and the inscription there was an added inscription, but it's there. She's not by herself.
yes. But there's also the fact that she bears the title Haji.
Mm-hmm.
We have other
yes, we have
women being mentioned.
Yes, we have.
As, of course, they're from.
And Haji Sirin was also Haji.
Yeah, but they're members of the local elite. They've taken the pilgrimage to Jerusalem, and of course they bear the title, which distinguishes them between the.
Yeah. I don't know much about that, but there are not many cases for this early period that we know. But the people, Christians from Cappadocia, went very often for a pilgrimage. That was their thing. I mean, it wasn't very so hard as if you are in Macedonia, and the builders who built the Holy Sepulchre in the early 18th century were Cappadocians. Kerestezides were Kerestezides from Cappadocia, and there is an inscription in them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, please.
Did I understand rightly that there was criticism about the way the Greek clergy was dressing in luxurious fabrics? Did I understand that there was a inter-church criticism?
Well, yes, especially in these letters I mentioned, issued by patriarchs to send to the monks, but it is not very clear whether they mentioned vestments that they were used in liturgy or their dress outside the church. So I think there is a distinction between those two, in the sense that the luxurious vestments of Ottoman fabrics are so many that it's impossible for something like that to be actually a rule. There's no, I mean, they didn't follow this rule for sure, but how they would be dressed outside the church, that was probably another matter. And then again, I'm not quite sure whether there were no exceptions.
Maybe they were just jealous.
The patriarchs. Well, there is a bit of a. I think I have an interpretation, a theory a bit here, in the sense that these specific fabrics convey efficiently a specific message when it's used by a limited number of people. For example, we have quite a few letters issued by metropolitans talking against the use of luxury by women, what you were saying. So it's a bit, if everybody can wear that, then the message of power becomes diluted. So if you have lay women wearing the same fabrics and then the bishops wearing the same fabrics, things can get a bit blurry. There's no distinction. So we should also take into account the fact that many of these official letters were issued because there was a problem. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been, there's no point in sending a letter against, and talking against luxury when people are not doing that. Are you covered? Yes.
Thank you. Other questions? Any other questions? Maria, yes.
Nico, I don't know enough, and I would like to ask you, I mean, you showed us the textiles that are Ottoman, undeniably. What other textiles? I mean, the vestments, were they all like this? I mean, were there special vestments made with other kind of design for Christians? Where? And
well, special production, embroidery, and then specific specific weavings. With again, the weaving would be the structure would be Ottoman, which means that it was woven in an Ottoman workshop, but then the motif was Christian. Sometimes these Christian motifs would be just really stiff Byzantine, as you know very well. Other times there was a blend. So you would have, let's say, the Virgin and angels, you know, blending with an iconic Ottoman has called like ornament. So, and then also there's the first preference, the number one preference, Ottoman. Number two, Italian, quite a lot, especially during the Renaissance period. And there's also this interplay between the love of the sultans for Italian fabrics and how this may have impacted, because we're talking about Ottoman, we're talking about lands under Ottoman rule. We're not referring now to, Latinate, lands under Latinate rule. So there is also this tension whether they actually received this influence directly from the West or through Constantinople, or both. And then, of course, throughout the centuries, there are different productions who take over. For example, in the 18th century, Indian fabrics become...
And French.
French, 18th century, yes, French. Yeah, French.
And Syrian.
Syrian, always, because it's local.
No, local. Syrian. I remember in the V&A, they had drawers. You can the old habit of having drawers to find new things that are stored. So they have drawers, and in drawers they had the vestment, religious vestment of the Orthodox Church, made in Syria. I remember that very well. But since then, I've not seen them.
Thank you. Do you have any more? Do you want to add something on that? Okay, I will get Hassan's question now.
A follow-up question actually to Nico. I was wondering if you came across any similar cases of intermingling, if I may use the term, between Ottoman bureaucratic vestments and other non-Orthodox Christian clergymen, Armenians, for example, or Syriacs.
Comparing what the Ottoman bureaucrats would use and what the clergy would use.
Yes.
I think the church would have less access to the most, let's say, luxurious fabrics, but still it would have access. So there is a synchronization of taste quite impressive. It's quite impressive.
And it seems something special, peculiar to the Orthodox and not the other Christians?
No. For example, when there was this document, which I think I showed you once, when the same hilat kaftan would be given to the same type of hilat kaftan would be given to the Patriarch and the voivodes of Wallachia. So it was the same, let's say, the same class of people in Ottoman eyes.
But the same happens with the cross. And the cross was used by the 16th century, 17th century crosses were used by Armenians and Greek Orthodox. course, it could not be used by Muslims, but it was for all Christians of the empire.
You mean the Ottoman fabrics with crosses?
No, not just the cross.
Just the cross.
Just the cross, the silver cross.
Ah, okay.
No, the workshop that works for whoever asks for.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentations. My question is another follow-up, basically. So I'm wondering what happens when the Ottoman Muslim elite decides to draw lines, because we see again and again these promulgations of laws that Christians should not wear this kind of fabric, they shouldn't use these colors, etc. The idea is, of course, that they are using, but what is the reaction at a moment like this?
With Westminster, I don't see any of these rules really applying. But I don't see these prohibitions to be applying to vestments. For example, we have so many green vestments that it's just it's a clear indication that this was not the case for the church. And also, we should also consider the fact that these vestments were worn within the walls of a church. So that's another point to take. But the fact that you have all these colors and all these, what was prohibited to the ordinary Christian, the church could use, yes. From the beginning, I understood that very well, very easily.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I don't see any hands. Then, if there are no questions, I will pose a question to first to Nico and then to Anna. Yes. So, if I make a comparison or an analogy, let's say, with what was going on in the world of music, the exchanges and contact zones between between music or musical cultures in the Ottoman realm. The narrative that a famous music historian put forth, came up with this timeline, was that whereas we have in the 15th, 16th century, we can talk about contacts with the Mughal Iranian world. These types of influences were dominant, and they were shaping, and they were, forging a common. Not a common, but a music world that was in exchange with each other. As we come to as we move towards the 17th, 18th centuries, the contacts with the West and also the Ottoman non-Muslim cultures was increasing. So, can you talk about a similar timeline when you talk about the textiles? I wonder about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's, that after the Safavid Ottoman political antagonism erupted, the exact same fabrics, Safavid fabrics that were supposed to be very, loved and in Istanbul, they were not. We also have textual evidence that says, before they were saying wonderful weavings, and then these strange fabrics with these, people on them, because, there was the huge difference between the aniconicity, the Ottoman aniconicity, which was expressing, was expressing this idea of Sunni orthodoxy, and in contrast, contrasting with the Safavid. Now, the Christians is a bit of a different cup of tea. As Anna Balyan knows very well, because she has worked on these collections, the areas that were closer to Iran, such as Gümüşhane, they would still consume quite a lot Persian fabrics. Also, for the Christians, the figural representations were very, they were a welcome addition. So it's not, there is, of course, there is a problem between the Ottomans and the Safavids, and this also is expressed in art textiles as well, because they try to forge two visual canons that are very different. And sometimes scholars even ascribe, such as Gülür Neciboglu, they ascribe also religious connotations, that the ones where, you know, the defenders of Sunni Orthodoxy saw everything uniconic, the others had a different cultural baggage, so they would, let's say, be much more open to figure representations. But then the Christians, yes, because the Christians, there's no problem with figure representations. But there's also another thing which complicates a bit things, that even Ottoman notables would buy Persian fabrics, and many times higher officials would criticize them for that as an act of, let's say, not treason exactly, but you know, they're not doing the patriotic thing for the Ottoman Empire. So yes, there is a bit of that, especially with Iran. Yeah.
Interesting point, thank you. Small question for Anna. I was wondering how these relics were brought from Asia Minor. I mean,
how they were brought
to
yes.
Greece.
Yeah.
Practically, how were they brought?
They were brought with cars, with carts. Not carts.
On ships.
Yes,
and
on ship and depending on the area. I mean, the Smyrna area, we don't have any heirlooms because they couldn't bring it. But from Cappadocia, it was more or less, and from Eastern Thrace, it was more or less peacefully. They were peacefully brought with carts and in ships, and then to Chios, to Mytilene, to Piraeus, to Thessaloniki, yeah. But the Pontic material it was difficult. I mean, the area that were under Chrysanthos of Metropolitan of Trebizond, it was secured in a way, and they were brought to Greece easily. But the area west of Trebizond was with the it was they were fightings.
Yes.
So we don't have much.
I see. And were they brought as family legacies?
No, that was a clause in the convention, the Lausanne Convention. That was a clause saying that the refugees can bring their communal property with them. Communal property is the property of the church.
Okay.
So they didn't bring their own things. So they brought their communal property, the books, textiles, icons, and liturgical vessels.
Well, that's an interesting dimension. Thank you so much. I think we have 5 more minutes, but I don't see any hands or any questions. So I think, yes, we will just close the session and go for lunch. Thank you so much.
The first one will be by Nicholas Pisis. Pisis was born in 1979 in Athens. He studied history and archaeology at the University of Athens and history of Eastern and Southeastern Europe at Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich. In 2017, he received his PhD from Freie Universität Berlin with a dissertation on Russia in the political imagination of the Greek world, 1645-1725. And that was published in German in 2020 by Van der Hoek and Ruprecht, Göttingen. Since 2008, he has taught courses on modern Greek history at Freie Universität Berlin. From 2012 until 2022, he has been research associate at the Interdisciplinary Collaborative Research Center of the same university, Episteme in Motion, transfer of knowledge from the ancient world to the early modern period. Since October 2022, he is assistant professor for the history of East and Southeast Europe at the Department of History, Ionian University. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Pissis for his talk.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I would also like to thank the organizers, especially Yusuf, for the invitation, and also to apologize for missing, at least physically, the first sessions, which, however, as far as I could, I attended per Zoom on my way here. The subject I will talk about, the political inclination, orientation, cooperation of Greek Orthodox ecclesiastics to and with Russia in the 17th and 18th centuries, poses a problem of historical interpretation. This was not really a problem for older historiography, especially Balkan national historiographies, since anti-Ottoman activities of churchmen tended simply to confirm the presupposed conviction about the national role or the national mission of the Orthodox Church in Ottoman times. Nowadays, we are fortunately beyond this simplification, or better, distortions in historical debates, and we are in the position to acknowledge the complexity of such historical questions. The question I refer to can be summarized as follows: how to accommodate instances of obvious and widespread disloyalty on behalf of Orthodox prelates with the insight we now possess after the work, especially of Ottomanists in the past decades, that the Orthodox Church constituted not only part of the Ottoman administration, but has also been instrumental for legitimizing and sanctioning Ottoman rule over the Christian subjects. To be sure, recent research has elaborated, not least by colleagues present here, has elaborated on the complex nature of loyalty and disloyalty in the Ottoman context. Yusuf Ziya Karabicak has highlighted the transition from the expected passive submission to active fidelity in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Georgios Tzedopoulos has commented on the functional diglossia, the cultural bilinguality of Orthodox Christians, especially churchmen, in matters concerning the legitimacy of Ottoman rule. I remind also of the differentiation made by Hasan Karatepe between tolerated and normative legitimacy, with the first pertaining to the non-Muslim subjects of the Sultan. Besides, as regards the biblical legitimization of submission and loyalty to an infidel ruler, the rendering unto Caesar and to God accordingly what is the one and the others, one may also bring into mind that biblical were also the models of conceptualizing infidel rule as captivity, chmalosia, on account of committed sins, regardless of its legitimacy. To all this, I would like to add two general remarks that I believe are helpful in dealing with treacherous, from the Ottoman Porte's point of view, activities of churchmen. The first concerns a matter of periodization. As specialist research has persuasively demonstrated, among others again by colleagues participating to this workshop, Professor Konortas, Elif Bayraktar-Atelan, Hasan Cholak, and Yusuf Ziya Karabicak, it was during the 18th century especially that the Orthodox Church was progressively and effectively integrated into the Ottoman administration, a development strongly connected to centralization and institutionalization. One should not project the realities of the late 18th century and the early 19th into the historical context of 1.5 century before. We are accustomed to trace anachronism usually the other way around, when nationally minded or nationalistic clergymen of the 19th or the early 20th century are deemed typical for earlier Ottoman times. So this is perhaps not self-evident. The second concerns the treatment of Orthodox Church as an institution. Institutions, however one defines an institution, especially in the Orthodox case, aim to stability and adjustment. Indeed, as an Ottoman institution, the Church unequivocally supported Ottoman order. It is a different matter when one deals with individuals, single prelates and their groupings and networks, especially ex-patriarchs and metropolitans, but also active ones. This is equally valid as regards both pro-Latin prelates flirting with Spain at the turn of the 16th to the 17th centuries, or as well as the era of the Greek Revolution. Now, as far as the Russian case is concerned, what I term the Russian temptation, time does not suffice, and it will be also tiring to narrate the whole history of the relations, political relations between the Russian Tsars and the patriarchs of the East, as they were called in Russian, during the Ottoman centuries. So I will try to focus on some structural issues. The first is the one concerning what was the motive, what was the base, the fundament of this rapprochement between the Russian and the Greek world. It was obviously confession, the Orthodox confession. However, one should not deem the talk about Orthodox tradition, Byzantine imperial tradition, as an ahistorical tradition that kind of permeates the centuries. Instead, one has to focus on the historical context of the 16th and 17th, especially centuries, to understand how confessionalization, meaning here the repercussions of what happened in the Western churches on the East, conditioned this Russian-Greek rapprochement. In other words, the Western perception of the Eastern Church as a distinct confession in a world of confessions had pivotal repercussions on the self-perception of its various branches. This pertains not only to confessional contents, but also visions of Orthodoxy as a unified confessional bloc. The founding of the Moscow Patriarchate in 1589 and the subsequent intensification of contacts between Constantinople and Moscow is generally recognized as a turning point and as signifying an opening or even a return of Russia into the wider Orthodox world. For the Moscovite Ottoman Church, this choice has been interpreted as a careful opening that was meant to provide resources when their own resources did not suffice and to help alleviate various grave legitimization issues. For the Orthodox under Ottoman rule, this development was primarily connected to the financial assistance the only sovereign Orthodox ruler would and should provide to the Mother Church and its flock. In the long run, political expectations invested in the Tsar as protector and future redeemer of his enslaved co-religionists gained momentum and significantly shaped Russian images within and outside the Orthodox world. Perhaps the most essential aspect of this process was a transformation in Orthodoxy's mental map. Even if this transformation is not yet to be linked to the impact of confessionalization, a novel argument that appears in confessional polemics precisely at the late 16th century is worth considering. Faced with Catholic accusations that the Greeks had lost their empire and their freedom because of their false doctrines and their rejections, respectively abandonment of church union, Greek churchmen, such as the Patriarch of Alexandria Meletios Pigas, pointed to the Moscovite Tsar or the Georgian king. There still existed pious ruling Orthodox monarchs, hence God had not deprived the Eastern Church from his grace. Besides the role Greek ecclesiastics gained in their, even as time went by, stronger connections with the Russian Church was a flattering one, a flattering role that they had not the aspiration to enjoy in the Ottoman context. Greek hearers were already familiarized with the role of the trustees of the Orthodox Byzantine imperial legacy and the divine sanction of Orthodox rule in their intense relationships with the princes, the hospodars of the Danubian principalities, Moldavia and Wallachia. The models emerging from what may be described in somewhat simplified terms as an exchange of symbolic in return for material capital proved useful for the distinct context of Muscovy and for the legitimization of the Tsar as the Orthodox emperor, head of an Orthodox community. They were particularly appealing to those keen to imagine an Orthodox confessional political unity. The context of this rapprochement was marked by several overlapping and interconnected projects and developments, especially in the middle of the 17th century. The church reform in Russia, which was designed to bring the Russian Church into line with the supposedly Byzantine model of the Eastern Church as a precondition for securing Muscovy's destiny as the leading Orthodox power. Then a complex of intense conspirational political activity on behalf of part of the Greek hierarchy and its networks. Finally, and as a result of these developments, an increase in the sheer number and the frequency of Greek ecclesiastics visiting Moscow and seeking alms, as well as political support for their projects. The symbolic forms in which this upgrade of relations was articulated encompassed not only verbal discourses, but also material transfers, holy objects, relics, and icons with imperial connotations, a translatio sanctorum that explicitly supported a translatio imperii. For the Greek prelates, this role they acquired as the trustees, as the guarantors of the imperial legitimization for Muscovy, reveals itself not only in the promotion of certain particular interests, but also in the self-legitimization performed by politico-theological discourses. It was through the articulation of such language that the Greek prelates' claim to the symbolic capital of the spiritual leadership of the Orthodox world was made. A claim, in short, to indispensability. What one of the most distinguished proponents of this conceptualization of this relation, Dositheos, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, described more or less as a condominium in the Orthodox world, or the Orthodox system, as he called it, the Orthodoxan system, between the power, the secular power of the Russian Church, Tsars, and the spiritual guidance of the Greek ecclesiastics. However, one could bring in the discussion that the start of this political activity on behalf of Greek ecclesiastics in their connections to Muscovy had, in the first place, a pro-Ottoman stance. It is known that Kyrillos Loukaris, who is deemed as the one who opened for the Orthodox Church the field of European political activity and diplomacy, was, with the knowledge of the Ottoman authorities, engaged in projects aiming to an alliance between the Tsar and the Sultan against the common enemy at this time, at the 60-20s and 60-30s, Poland. However, already in this time, and one has not just to take into account how this story ended, namely with the execution of Loukaris precisely as an agent of the Cossacks and the Tsar. Already at the beginning of this activity, besides the knowledge, as I said, of the Ottoman authorities, there were one could see already the internal dynamic that would lead to the inevitable clash between interests. Greek ecclesiastics were, from the beginning, from the late 16th century, asked during their travels to Muscovy to give detailed accounts of political news and especially on intimate news about Ottoman politics and Ottoman military processes. This was, of course, an instance that was kept secret from the Ottoman authorities, and this was also an activity that, in the time, as time went by after the death of Loukaris, had as a result the creation of whole networks of espionage under the guidance of certain ecclesiastics, as for example the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Paisius Lambardis, which aimed also as in the course of the 1640s and 1650s at political projects that were, from the point of view of the Ottoman Porte, scandalous, as for example the change of the allegiance of Moldavia from the Ottoman suzerainty to a Muscovite one. Contrary to past accounts that the emergence of the Russian expectation was the result of a dubious Russian propaganda among Balkan co-religionists, the roots of such notions, as sources indicate, followed rather the other way around. It means Muscovy very hesitantly and after several internal and external changes of context that allowed this transformation, gradually accepted and internalized notions and missions that were presented to the Tsars either from Western Christian powers or from Christian Orthodox Ottoman subjects. Moreover, Western perceptions and apprehensions of the Tsar's claim to the inheritance of the Byzantine throne and of Russia's historical destiny already before Peter the Great proved no less instrumental in Russia's gradual adaptation to such notions. In a way of exaggeration, I would say that for the final result of the political relations between the Tsar and the patriarchs, as well as the metropolitans and bishops, being suspicious from the Ottoman point of view and leading to certain clashes and scandals, the importance of this third factor, meaning external third powers like Sweden, Poland, Transylvania, and especially the Crimean Khan, warning the Sultan about the activities of Greek ecclesiastics as spies of Muscovy and thus instigating the Tsar to an active anti-Ottoman policy, were perhaps even more important for the actual outcome than the Russian-Greek relations per se. Perhaps the political activity of Orthodox churchmen as actors on the diplomatic arena sounds strange in regard to the overall history of the Orthodox Church in Byzantine and post-Byzantine times. But in the context of the 17th century, in the context of the 30 Years' War and its aftermath, it was something that did not annoy, did not estrange anybody. It constitutes, on the one hand, a direct legacy over also continuity of persons and networks of Loukaris' attempt to make use of the international constellation for the interest of the Great Church, and on the other hand, prelates of all the Western churches, cardinals, papal nuncios, Calvinist priests were ubiquitous as diplomatic players in the scenario of the 17th century. So this activity of Orthodox clergymen was expected and was deemed as something normal from European diplomats who commented on it in their relations, in their letters to their governments. I see that the time is running out. I would like to summarize, in way of conclusion, to summarize my argument, which goes in the direction that disloyalty on behalf of Orthodox churchmen, as well as the wider sense, disloyalty on behalf of non-Muslim subjects of the Ottoman Sultan, belongs to Ottoman realities per se. The option of disloyalty was there, was not as an exception, of course, but it was also one that was expected, that was already always on the table, also from the Ottoman point of view. A turning point, of course, and this is the reason why Yusuf and I agreed to start with 1657 for this workshop, was the execution of the Patriarch of Constantinople, Parthenius III, in 1657 as an agent of the Russian Tsar after a very intense period of conspirational activities on behalf of the upper echelons of the Greek Orthodox Church in this mid-17th century. But although Parthenius himself was probably innocent of the accusations, other prelates, for example, his colleague, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Paisius Lambardis, who was definitely not innocent, were imprisoned, tortured, and we know also from other ecclesiastics of the same time, of the mid-17th century, that were either punished or were in the aftermath terrified about their future relations with Muscovy. So from this point on, from the mid-17th century on, the relations of the higher Orthodox clergy with Russia and with the Tsars were not anymore a harmless issue, and this stayed as that to the end of, at least to the mid-19th century, although this did not prohibit the phenomenon I described at the beginning, the gradual integration of the Orthodox Church in the Ottoman administration and the accompanying growth of the identification with the interests of the Ottoman state. But this contradiction is a structural one that is not to be resolved with either the one or the other black and white interpretation. I thank you very much. I'm sorry for a kind of confusing closure, but I'm open for discussion to clarify the one or the other point in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pissis, for that. Our second speaker, Yusuf Ziya Karabicak, in addition to being our fearless leader today and the convener of this symposium, has completed his PhD thesis titled Local Patriots and Ecumenical Ottomans, the Orthodox Patriarchate of Constantinople in the Ottoman Configuration of Power, 1768-1822, at McGill University and EHESS. He is a historian of the Ottoman Empire, focusing on questions of state formation, religion, diplomacy, patriotism, and revolution from an Ottoman, that is Muslim and Orthodox perspective. And he is currently the Constantine and George Macricostas Fellow at the Gennadius Library. Dr. Karabicak.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Let me get familiarize myself with this. Give me a second. Okay, so it is 1807, early 1807, and we are in Belgrade. The Serbian Revolution has been raging for the last 3 years. And we're at a moment when the Ottomans and the Serbs actually had just negotiated a deal negotiated by a Slavic merchant from Macedonia named Petarichko, which was rejected by the Serbs in the end, although the Ottoman side accepted it. It was rejected because the Ottomans and Russians is just going to war, and the Russians are offering a deal to Serbs. If you join us, maybe it will end in independence for you. The interesting thing is, at this moment, it is probably January or February, I'm not very sure, the Metropolitan Bishop of Vidin is in Belgrade on Ottoman orders. And he's there to negotiate with the Serbs to see if it is still possible to reach an agreement, to understand what the negotiations between Russians and Serbs are at this moment, and to test the waters to see if the Ottomans could get anything out of this. And he writes a report to the Sublime Porte after returning from Belgrade. And he mentions that the Russians actually made an offer to the Serbs, and it was brought when I was there by a boyar from Wallachia named Manolaki, who was sent by the Prince of Wallachia, Konstantinos Ypsilantis. And the Metropolitan says, let's go. At the moment, Russian soldiers, this is not the Metropolitan reporting what is said to the Serbs by this Manolaki. At the moment, Russian soldiers control Wallachia and Moldavia, and they made Ypsilantis voivode to his country. If Karageorge desires the liberty of his nation, he should march towards Fethul Islam with 20,000 soldiers, and a certain number of Russian soldiers will come from Wallachia and join them. The Metropolitan of Vidin was not the first or the last Metropolitan sent to Serbia to negotiate on behalf of the Ottomans. It seems that the Ottoman government had a policy of relying on Orthodox prelates to negotiate with rebels in Serbia. But perhaps more importantly, there is evidence that Ottoman local officials are aware of Orthodox clergy around them, their skills, and their potential use. A letter from Mustafa Reşid Efendi, the superintendent of Sofia, to Patriarch Jeremias IV in late 1812, explains that he decided, by he I mean Reşid Efendi, to ask a local metropolitan to go to Belgrade to negotiate with the rebels that the war with Russia, now that the war with Russia was over and they did not have any more support. He weighed his options, but could not find anyone that was worthy of the job he was going to give them. The Metropolitan of Niš was familiar with Serbian customs and language, but he was old and bedridden. There was a priest named Miho in Niš who knew the language, Serbian, and was loyal to the Ottomans, but although he could be trusted with the job, he was not a Metropolitan, and his advice would not carry the same weight. The Metropolitan of Sofia, I'm sorry, I lost where I was. The Metropolitan of Sofia was loyal, but he was too old and did not know the language of the Serbs. The Metropolitans of Plovdiv and Kustendil were also considered inadequate for the job. The Metropolitan of Samakov was finally chosen because he was loyal, he knew the Serbian language, and had done the job twice before. However, he was late in responding to Mustafa Reşid Efendi and excused himself on the grounds of his age and illness. Reşid Efendi had to ask the Patriarch to send a Metropolitan from the capital itself. With this episode in mind, I want to begin with a simple assumption. Ottoman officials and Orthodox clergy know each other, they correspond with each other, and they act together. I will leave aside for now the question of whether an Orthodox Metropolitan is an Ottoman official. That's a different and larger discussion. What I'm interested in is the reports they prepare for the Sublime Porte and the terminology they use in them. I don't want to give the impression that this is an idea that came to my mind. There are a lot of studies of political language used by Christian Orthodox when they are corresponding with the Ottomans. And actually, Elif Bayraktar Tellan's thesis made the, to me, very convincing argument that in 1750s, actually the Patriarchate is making use of the concept of nizam, order, to get concessions, more concessions from the Ottoman government, which they in the end succeed. I'm more interested in an emerging terminology that parallels developments in a larger European framework in late 18th, early 19th century, and how these shaped and transformed an Ottoman ideology while increasing the Sublime Porte's dependence on the Patriarchate of Constantinople. So, our Metropolitan of Vidin argues that the Russians promised freedom, serbestiet, to a nation, to a millet. We can never be sure whether he actually wrote the report, and of course whether the original was in Ottoman Turkish. However, the Ottomans are quite consistent in presenting translations as translations. They noted in most cases I am aware of, at the top of the translation, that this is a translation of this original letter. In this case, it is not referred to as a translation, it is referred to as a report by itself. So to me, it seems logical to at least assume, valuable at least to assume that either the Metropolitan himself wrote it or had someone had dictated it to a scribe that he had with him. So we are in a revolutionary Napoleonic Europe, and the Metropolitan Bishop reports to the Ottoman capital to be careful of Russians and Serbs because there is talk of freedom, the key word of the French Revolution, and he talks about the Serbs as a millet, as a nation. This is quite significant if you think about the conceptual history of the word millet. We are no longer subscribing to the idea of a millet system, but especially at this time, we see Ottoman documents talking about the Orthodox populations as Rum milleti, and the Patriarchate of Constantinople itself insists on this. It seems to me that the Metropolitan of Vidin is underlining the danger here by emphasizing the possibility that the Serbs, through their rebellion, could become a nation and break the monopoly of the Patriarchate, an Ottoman institution in the capital, for the question at hand. It is significant that in 1824, more than 2 decades later, Metropolitans imprisoned by the Ottoman government used a similar tactic against Patriarch Anthimos III, ensuring his deposition. Among many of their complaints was that they had repeatedly warned the Patriarch that Miloš Obrenović, I quote, intends to claim that metropolitans in Serbia should be appointed from their own ethnicity, from their own genes, and remove and abolish the Patriarchate's influence and intervention in the said millet, end of quote. However, the Patriarch did not listen to the Metropolitans and told them that he had taken care of the situation in communication with the Sublime Porte, which the petitioners doubted very much. The Serbian Revolution had been one of the fields in which the alliance between the Patriarchate and the Sublime Porte operated smoothly. The petitioners remind the Sultan that the loss of Patriarchate's influence and intervention in Serbia means a similar loss for the Sultan himself. If the Patriarch is the reason for such a dreadful outcome, he should be removed, and he was, in the end, removed. This alliance, it seems, has been built on similar understandings of key concepts. Let's briefly return to liberty. Both Turkish and Greek languages go through a similar transformation when it comes to translating the concept of liberty throughout the 18th century, a term that widely means the privileges of nobles in Enlightenment Europe was translated as serbestiyet in Ottoman Turkish and as eleftheria in Greek. When the French Revolution radicalized the concept, connecting it directly to discussions of natural law and making it liberties, freedoms of individuals, diplomatic correspondence in Ottoman Turkish and philosophical writing in Greek seems to follow suit. In 1797 and 98, just before Napoleon's invasion of Egypt, Muslim and Orthodox Ottomans were expecting it to happen in somewhere in Ottoman Europe, and most probably in the Morea. In 1797, the Patriarchate sent no less than 3 exarchs to the Morea to warn local Kocabashis and metropolitans not to be seduced. In the Mani, Napoleon's letter to one of the clan leaders was intercepted, and the response was written in Turkish and Greek, most probably with the involvement of some church figures as well. Maniots declared in their response that, I quote, "We have welfare and liberty thanks to our Padishah, and it's a duty of our submission and religion to submit and be loyal to our Padishah," end of quote. One could see similar arguments in the infamous Didaskalia Patriki, an Orthodox pamphlet written by the Patriarch of Jerusalem, printed by an Armenian printer who later founded the printing press of both the Patriarchate and the Ottoman School of Engineers, and distributed by the Ottoman government itself. So our Metropolitan of Vidin is reading the Serbian Revolution in this framework a decade later than the French Revolution, more than a decade later than what we have discussed here. Although Ottoman documents overwhelmingly do not share this perspective, there are indications of a similar mindset. One report from 1806 complains that the demands of the Serbs, I quote, give rise to the suspicion that they want to quit the wide road of subjection and desire to acquire the status of a republic, the status of a cumhur in Turkish. In another document from 1810, the Sublime Porte rejected an Austrian offer for conciliation, arguing that, I quote, the Serbs are counted as part of the Reaya, so there is no need for carrying out the relations between us and them through other states as if they were a republic, as if they were a cumhur, again in Turkish. Was the Metropolitan playing into fears of the Ottoman Muslim elite, underlining a common interest? I tend to read this report in this manner, but regardless, it shows the development of a common language among the Ottoman elite, Muslim and Orthodox, where the Orthodox party might be the side actually pushing for it. We will make a jump here, about 2 decades, and look at the Patriarchate during the end of the Greek Revolution. Immediately after the Battle of Navarino, Patriarch Agathengelos rose up to the occasion and tried to finalize the normalization between his institution and the Sublime Porte by petitioning the Sultan. He made use of an Ottoman argument that the Sultan was the father, the benefactor, and the ruler of all his subjects, and only he could decide the fate of the Greek rebels, which would make the interference of great powers unwelcome and unnecessary. An argument that took its inspiration from the Vienna system of 1815. The Patriarch's petition gave an analysis of the situation and insisted that the European powers could not mediate between a ruler and his subjects. The term mediation is unfitting for a situation between a ruler and a subject, meaning between a padishah and sovereign and his ra'aya. If anything is permissible in this context, it would be the term intercession. Even this is not proper for foreign states, as the Rum Patriarch is both an officer chosen by the Sublime State and the elder and the religious leader of the Reaya of the High Sultanate. The right to intercede can only belong to the aforementioned Patriarch. After this petition, the Patriarchate was given the permission to send agents into the Morea. For the task, the Metropolitan of Chalcedon, Zacharias, the Metropolitan of Nicomedia, Yusuf, and the Metropolitan of Larissa, Meletios, were chosen. The proposal they took with them was for negotiations based on a general amnesty and the return to the status quo ante. They met with the titular governor of the Morea and the commander of the Ottoman forces in the region, Ibrahim Pasha from Egypt, before going to meet with Yannis Kapodistrias. Their meeting did not bring about any positive result for the Ottoman government, though. In the words of the report of the Patriarchate's envoys to the Sublime Porte, Kapodistrias told them, I quote, "It is beyond the charge of the Hellenic nation, Yunan Kavmi, to say yes or no to the issues that were brought by the said metropolitan bishops. The 3 states will give an order to the matters that pertain to this, based on their opinions and decisions that they have already signed and approved. Namely, the affairs of the Hellenic nation are trusted to the opinions and care of the aforementioned 3 states, and any talk or negotiation with the Patriarchate on this issue is harmful due to the possibility of the anger and agitation of the said states." The effort failed in the end, obviously. It was probably stillborn, considering that the Greek insurgents found confirmation of the support of the great powers at the Battle of Navarino. However, it nevertheless allowed for the normalization of the situation in Istanbul. The Patriarchate confirmed its subjection to the Sultan and demonstrated its willingness to go to great lengths in support of the Ottoman power. The discourse of the chief scribe and the Sultan definitely separated the rebels from the rest of the millet now. The report of the metropolitan bishops, who met with Kapodistrias, was the proverbial icing on the cake. The rebels are referred to as Yunan rather than Rum, and as a kavim instead of a millet. The line is drawn, and the differentiation is complete. There should be no more confusion about who the rebels and who the loyal subjects are. When we talk about Ottoman ideology, we bring about 2 things: Islam and the ancient ideal of the circle of justice. In the age of reform, as it is called, we focus on military reforms and bring up instrumental uses of Islam to form a modern identity and ideology. We have seen how fruitful these discussions are, and I am in no place to question them. It's beyond my purpose. However, I wonder what happens when we name the age differently and call it an age of revolutions and focus on different actors, Orthodox Christians in my case. How does the Ottoman ideology change? It seems to me that the ideology is becoming more of an ideology that insists on terms like sovereignty, subject to nation, freedom, rather than just the division between Islam and Christianity, or Islam and non-Islam would be more proper. Suddenly, one of the initiators of this ideology turned out to be the prelates of the Orthodox Church. They definitely did not shape the Ottoman ideology, but they gave it the necessary pushes and were therefore essential elements of an Ottoman world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Karabicak. Our last speaker for today is Leonidas Miras, who has received his PhD in modern Ottoman history from the Democritus University of Thrace. His dissertation is entitled The Ottoman Perceptions of Greek Nationalism, 1821-1870. He has taught history of the Ottoman Empire and Ottoman paleography at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. He participated as a postdoctoral researcher in the European ERC-funded research programs. He has written, edited, and co-edited 4 books and over 30 papers in Greek and international publications and journals. His research interests include late Ottoman political, social, and intellectual history, Balkan nationalisms, and the history of the Greek Ottoman populations and institutions. And it is a pleasure to have him with us today. Dr. Miras, please.
Thank you for the introduction, Kutai. Thank you for the invitation, Yusuf, and thank you for your generous hospitality. It's really a great honor to be here among with you. I have to confess that I'm not specialized on the history of the Patriarchate, but I would like to examine the changing fortune and the relationship between the Patriarchate and the authorities of the board. And I have to offer you some suggestions and not concrete conclusions. Thus, let's start with a short and brief introduction. The recent research, mainly by Yusuf Karabicak and other scholars, has shown that Gregory V was executed because he was held responsible for his failure in surveillance the actions of his flock. At the same time, metropolitan bishops who could not control their flock were blamed for active participation and were executed or exiled. However, I have to denote that this rupture had to do with individuals and not the ecumenical patriarchate and the bishoprics as institutions. The successors of Gregory V sent several letters to Orthodox clergymen asking them to cooperate with the notables who had remained loyal to the Ottoman state, to denounce those who transgressed the boundaries of legitimacy, and call for those who perverted the minds of the Rayas to be excommunicated. This is an example of this letter that I came across when I reading Essan's account on the Greek Revolution. Also, the fact that the Patriarchate continued to be considered an institution embedded in the Ottoman power matrix is also attested by the fact that wealthy non-Muslim and Muslim individuals and Muslim vakifs as well used the Patriarchate as a bank vault. This is a new finding in the research we conducted with Professor Konotas. Now, after the establishment of the independent Greek state, Mahmud II inaugurated the rapprochement with his Christian subjects alongside with the adoption of centralizing policies. In 1830s, he made 5 country trips to provinces where the majority of the population were Christians, up to the North Balkan Peninsula. And during these trips, Mahmud II addressed the leaders of the non-Muslim communities, assuring that his wish was to ensure the peace and security for all the inhabitants of the empire, and he provided funding for the restoration of churches that had suffered damages during the Greek Revolution. For example, in 1833, the Sultan provided the amount of 500,000 kurus to the fundraising for the remission of the debt of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, while 2 years later, in 1835, Mahmud II subsidized from his own personal treasury the frescoes of the prophets Moses and Zechariah in the newly reconstructed Balikli Monastery in Istanbul. I have to admit I haven't seen these frescoes, but my reference is Manuel Gedeon, which is a reliable source. The Patriarchate kept on legitimizing the Ottoman rule, but with new terms. I have to remind you that until the outburst of the Greek Revolution, the Patriarchate perceived the Sultan's authority as a plan of divine providence. The subjugation of the Eastern Roman Empire to the Ottomans was interpreted as a punishment imposed to Orthodox people by divine command and as the ultimate tribulation of the Orthodox flock. The acceptance of the Ottoman rule was perceived as a stage in the plan of divine providence that would lead the believers to the final salvation. From 1830s onwards, the Patriarchate reconceptualized the sources of the legitimization of the Ottoman rule, identifying its roots on the proper administration and the state's efforts to provide emniyet, which is safety or security, istirahat, comfort, and refah, prosperity, through the implementation of the charitable reforms, Tanzimati Khairiyya. I have traced these terms in numerous documents. In the same vein, the ecclesiastical authorities supported the attempts made by the state for the integration and the reincorporation of the Christian subjects to the imperial political and social framework. For example, the Patriarch expressed his gratitude for the issuance of a firman regarding the return of the confiscated properties to the Orthodox people in Ayvalık and Chios, and the other efforts made for the restoration of the order and the rehabilitation of the Rum Milleti in the above-mentioned areas, and not only in the above-mentioned areas. In addition, Patriarch Konstantios I published a letter in Takvimi Vekai, with which he praised the decision for the publication of this newspaper in Greek language, since, I quote, all the members of the Rum Milleti will be able to monitor the internal and external affairs of the Sublime State, and of course this development would facilitate the dissemination of a discourse legitimizing the centralizing reforms of the state among the Rum populations. Now, the emergence of Greek irredentism caused great concern both to the Patriarchate and the Ottoman authorities. Gregory VI perceived, I quote, the increase of the influence of the Greek people who share a common religion with the members of the Rum Milleti in Anatolia, in Albania, and in Bulgaria as a threat against the Patriarchate and a challenge for the integrity of the Ottoman state. Also here we can trace, I think, the boundaries of the Rum Milleti in 1830s. In 1836, he submitted a treatise to the authorities of the port. You can see this Ottoman document here. And in his treatise, he advised his flock to maintain their ties of loyalty to the Ottoman state and asked from the port to adopt effective measures to eliminate the diffusion of Greek nationalism. More specifically, he admonished the respectful reayas of the Sublime State to avoid conducting business with foreigners, ecnebi, but apparently Greeks, to cease their relations with relatives who are not devoted to the exalted state, and to disinherit their disobedient children. The Patriarch asked from the port to impose fines on the Christian subjects of the Sultan who used to run their business under Greek names and laws because of their greediness, their mental inefficiency, or their treacherous nature, and requested from the Sultan to force the Orthodox Room for the reacquisition of the Ottoman subjecthood. Furthermore, the Patriarch proposed the expulsion of the Greek subjects from the imperial territories, the confiscation and the sale of their seized immovable properties. In addition, Gregory VI urged the Ottoman authorities to treat the Greek merchants like all the other foreigner merchants and proposed the adoption of several measures concerning the security of the state. In particular, he asked from the Porte to carry out a census of the empire's Orthodox population, to record the members of the Rumileti who had crossed the borders and settled in Greece, and to monitor those who had returned to the empire after the establishment of the independent Greek state, and to expel those involved in conspiracies who were waiting for the right moment for the outbreak of a sedition, and for this reason they were promoting rumors among the people about the impending sedition or rebellion. Similarly, the Greek monks who were to visit the imperial lands should be under surveillance, and in case they were to stay at the Patriarchate of Istanbul or at the metropolitan residences in the provinces, the Patriarch himself and the metropolitan bishops would be obliged to report it to the authorities. Finally, the Patriarch was to admonish the higher-rank clergyman to work fervently for the promotion of the state's interests. Without doubt, we can identify a convergence in the interests of the Porte and the Great Church. The Patriarch and the metropolitan bishops continued to perform administrative tasks and duties until the collapse of the empire, while Ottoman authorities tried to take advantage of its spiritual power and influence in order to suppress the uprising of the Orthodox subject as late as 1869, when Gregory VI dispatched a letter to higher-rank clergymen in Crete, with which he underlined that the main duty of the Orthodox people is to obey to the political authority of the Sultan. On the other hand, after the establishment of the Greek state, the Ottomans were suspicious both about the devotion of the Patriarchy to the empire and its effectiveness as an institution capable of promoting the loyalty of the Greek Orthodox subjects of the Sultan. The establishment of the Greek Autocephalous Church in 1833 was the outcome of the political pressure exercised by the English and French embassies on the nascent Greek state, with the goal, of course, of weakening the Russian influence. The issue did not only concern the internal affairs of the Greek kingdom, but was correlated with the imagined and special limits of the Greek nation, and consequently with the Christian subjects of the Sultan. The archival research I have conducted does not allow me to identify the Ottoman perception on this issue in 1833 because there were no diplomatic relations between the two countries at that year, at that period. They started after the Treaty of Istanbul in 1839. However, the ecclesiastical dispute and the determination of the relations between the Greek Autocephalous Church and the Ecumenical Patriarchate re-emerged during the discussion at the Greek National Assembly regarding the draft of the Constitution. Finally, the first two articles of this Constitution were articulated as follows. First, the prevailing religion in Greece is that of the Eastern Church, and secondly, the Orthodox Church of Greece is inextricably joined in doctrine with the Great Church in Constantinople, sorry for the term, but I'm translating from Greek, and with every other Church of Christ of the same doctrine. However, it is autocephalous, acting independently of every other church in its sovereign rights and governed by a holy synod of primates. The Ottomans had their eyes on the Greek states through the dispatches of Konstantinos or Kostaki Mousouros, the first Ottoman ambassador in Athens. On March 19, 1844, Mousouros sent a memorandum to the Porte about the issue, and in his preliminary remarks, he argued that, I quote, it's a long document, I will give you, of course, in brief, among the Greek Orthodox and the Russian populations, there are several denominations and many churches. These churches have their own spiritual leaders, yet they recognize the primacy of the Patriarch of Istanbul, who has received the title ecumenic. Ecumenic is the first time that I trace this term in Ottoman Turkish. Yes. In fact, however, there are several other churches, such as the Russian Church, the Karlovy Church in Hungary, in present-day Vojvodina, and the churches of Alexandria, Antioch, Jerusalem, and Cyprus that govern themselves independently. The bishops of the Egelets and Kazas cited Greece were under the authority of the Patriarch of Istanbul, but after the outburst of the sedition of the Rooms, the churches broke off their relations with the Church of Istanbul. Following his memorandum, Moussouros reviewed the factors that led to the declaration of the Autocephalous Church of Greece. It is a great analysis, by the way, and commenting on the situation as follows. I believe that the Greek Church will cut its spiritual ties from the Patriarchate of Istanbul, and we should wait to evaluate the results of this outcome. Yet, if we take into consideration that several crooks instrumentalize religion in order to seduce the rooms of our exalted state, I think it would be prudent to choose the perpetuation of the disruption of the relations between the two churches. Moussouros' memorandum was discussed in the Meclis Valai Ahkami Adliye. The members of the Supreme Council concluded that the ecclesiastical dispute would be beneficial for the Ottoman state, since the reunification of the two churches would be manipulated by the advocates of the Greek irredentism. Apparently, this was a very crucial moment regarding the relations between the imperial authorities and the Patriarchate. The Ottomans considered that the Patriarchate was vulnerable to the propaganda of the Greek clergy, and it could function as a Trojan horse for the diffusion of Greek nationalism. Under these terms, Patriarchate's loyalty and effectiveness in promoting the loyalty of the Greek Orthodox subjects was questioned, and especially after the clergyman's negative reaction to the promulgation of the Islahat Fermani, but we know it from Jevdet and his Tezakir. The historical accounts compiled in the following decades reproduced the same arguments. For example, in 1871, a journalist called Mehmet Mansour, a Rum convert, composed the two-volume book entitled Rum Fetretine Dair Tarih, The History of the Rum Interregnum. It's completely wrong. Anyway, the first volume was dedicated to the emergence of the Greek nationalism and the foundation, of course, of the Philikiet area. And Mansour traced the inception of the Rum sedition in 1767 after the abolition of the autocephalous archbishoprics of Ohrid and Pech. He omitted the first date, 1766, and the incorporation of the suffragan bishops to the jurisdiction of the ecumenical patriarch. Mansour pursued this fact as a result of a conspiracy between Ypsilantis and the Patriarch, Samuel II, aiming at increasing the influence of the Orthodox subjects in the Ottoman political framework and against the other ethnic origin Christians. Similarly, the Patriarchate became the target of young Ottomans' criticism, who repeatedly protested against the intervention of the embassies in favor of non-Muslims through the mediation of the ecclesiastical authorities. I don't know if we are running out of time. Do we have?
You have about another 5 minutes.
Okay, then I can read it. So, if a Christian subject has a complaint, he straight away applies to one of the consuls in his district and asks him to sort the problem out. The consul puts pressure on the governor, and if he fails to obtain a favorable verdict, our Christian knocks on the Patriarch's door. Through the mediation of the Patriarch, the problem is resolved, and the demand of the Christian subject is most probably fulfilled even if he is the guilty or the unjust party. Under these conditions of suspicion, the Ottoman government, at least by the 1860s, tried to consolidate its control over patriarchal affairs by using Orthodox Ottoman officials who were better integrated into the Ottoman government mechanism in order to ensure its harmonious function with state politics. Thus, to sum up, the reasons that determined the changing fortune of the Patriarchate in the imperial political framework were the above. First of all, the de-Ottomanization of the Greek Church due to the established perception regarding its active role or its participation in the eruption of the Greek Revolution. Second, its inefficiency to promote the loyalty of the Christian subjects and to prevent the diffusion of the Greek nationalism in the imperial territories. Third, the secularization of the state and the secular background of Ottomanism as the official ideology of the state. And of course, last but not least, the changing mentality of the Tazimat and the efforts of the Pope to eliminate ignorance and superstitions, but the people that I called, it's my term, the precursors of materialismus. Many documents indicate that the imperial authorities were convinced that very often the priests, I quote, were exploiting the superstition of the Christians in order to deceive the commoners and squander their properties. Halk altatip paralarni almak garazila bimene. It's not important, but I like this quotation. And thank you for your attention.
Lovely. We will now move into the Q&A session. And I want to remind those who are watching on Zoom that we're also accepting questions through here. Are there any first questions on the floor? Yes, Professor Konortos.
Thank you, all of you, for your very interesting papers. Just a question, not first to I address to myself to Professor Pieces concerning this ambivalent relationship between the clergy of Constantinople, the high clergy of Constantinople and Moscow. And I remember through some elements, through the correspondence of Meletios Pigas, you also mentioned. I think that it is with within the interval of 2 months, that Pigas refers to his relationship with the Ottomans, first saying that help us, we need money because they violate our properties and we need, our language is threatened and so on. And 2 months later, addressing to the Russians, he says, because they had imprisoned some envoys of him, he says, how dare you behave to my envoys like this? Because here, even the Agarins who govern Europe, the whole Europe, Asia and Africa, honor me and my persons. So this, in interval of 2 months, consideration of the Ottoman Empire as oppressor at first, and as state that honors the high clergy, doesn't prove that this recourse to the Russian authorities was taking place only for financial reasons and not for loyalty reasons, mainly also because when the Russians occupied Crimea, they absorbed to the Russian Patriarchate the metropolitans of Crimea. I think it could be clear that this recourse to the Russians is only for money and not for loyalty. Don't you agree?
Thank you. I think that this, I agree a long way with your comment. And I think that also this instance of Pigas's letters stresses the fact that they tried to show that these relations were not inaugurated as an anti-Ottoman project, but in the process, the inevitable clash of Ottoman and Russian interests rendered them suspicious, rendered them not harmless anymore. I would like also to add that before the Crimean incident, there was a similar clash of interests between the Russian and the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Constantinople with the Kievan Metropolitanate. When in the late 17th century these regions east of the Dnieper were incorporated in the Russian state, the Russian envoys in Istanbul actually bribed or used also the Ottoman authorities to persuade the Patriarch of Constantinople and also Patriarch of Jerusalem, the Scythians, to agree to this change of jurisdiction. So this was an obvious loss for the Eastern Patriarchates. But in this question, a further point that has to be added, and I could not refer to, is that there was a very clear distinction between the loyalty and the image of the Tsar and the Russian Church. The Russian Church was never deemed as equal. This image of the Scythians I referred to, there is the secular power of the Russian Church and the ecclesiastical power of us, and the Russian ecclesiastics are simply ignorance. We made a concession acknowledging the Patriarchate in Moscow, but it was simply a favor for the Tsar. We do not deem them as equals, means that whenever an eparchy, an ecclesiastical eparchy was lost for the Eastern Patriarchates and was added to the Russian, the Muscovite Patriarchate, or later the Russian Synodical Church, it was not part of the deal, let's say. It was a development that was perceived as a loss and as let's say, one could not do other, one could not resist in this regard because of the financial assistance of Russia, but it was not part of the overall project. But I agree that this contradiction is inherent to this relation.
Any other questions for our speakers? I have a couple, perhaps. So one for Yusuf. About these words, jins, millet, and kavim. And I think in one of your documents, jins and kavim are used within the span of a single sentence. When the document talks about appointing sort of someone for the Serbians from amongst their jins so that the patriarch cannot interfere in the business of that millet, right? So, especially because they're used in such close proximity to one another in that kind of highly charged document, do you think there's any differentiation between those terms, or can we even map them onto specific English or Greek translations, like gennos, ethnos, and then, you know. And then for Leonidas, I was very curious about this project by Mahmud II to refurbish the Balukli monastery. And I'm wondering whether we know much about the sort of, you know, there's clearly an attempt from the Ottoman state to reconcile itself to its Rum subjects. First of all, do we know much about the language in which that effort was couched? And then do we know much about the reception from the Greek side of these activities? I mean, I'm sure there were expressions of thanks and gratitude to the Sultan, but is there a kind of any kind of lasting cultural or discursive legacy of Mahmud repositioning himself as sort of this, you know, benefactor of the Rum?
I can answer with an impression. So I studied the period from 1750s to 1830s, and my impression is generally that we can definitely see trends where we can untangle certain French, Greek, and Turkish terms with each other. And I have the impression that especially in diplomacy, the translators knew after a certain point what was going on, and they were pretty much consistent, but this would not be in every case. So I definitely see a use, and I think there is, it's not chaotic, but it becomes apparent after hundreds, thousands. That's what I would say.
And in particular, the word jins, do you see that very often? Because it reads almost slightly condescending, especially when it appears next to millet, which is kind of this more hallowed term, whereas the other one, the first one, it means type, basically. You know, it's kind of, yeah.
I mean, in certain contexts, it's very pejorative. I think in the period I'm interested in, more often than not, Albanians will be referred as a Jins, and the Kurds will be referred, especially in contexts where they create problems for the central government. In this case, I'm not sure. I mean, it would help my argument, definitely, because it's a metropolitan, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, as I said, Mahmoud tried the rapprochement or the reconciliation with his Christian subjects. Now, about the Balikli monastery, I know that it had suffered damages through the Greek Revolution. My source is Manuel Gedeon, and I haven't seen these frescoes, though I searched a lot. On the other hand, I have identified a lot of dozens of Ottoman documents on the Ottoman archives. They are related to permissions about the reconstruction of the churches, and I have seen also the answers of the clergymen, and indeed there are expressions that revealing gratitude to the Sultan. And also the image of this patrimonial figure that he's concerned about the issues of the community. But to be honest, I have not discerned, I'm not sure if they are decorative expressions or if they reveal a change to another cultural legacy, as you said.
Lovely, thank you. Any other questions for our speakers? Please.
Thank you. I have a question for Leonidas Miras regarding this reference by Musuros to the term ecumenical. I think it's very interesting that he's using the term in terms of its reference to primacy in purely ecclesiastical terms, but when it comes to the other churches and their relations to the Patriarchate of Constantinople, he uses completely administrative terminology. So, I mean, when we think about the ecclesiastical hierarchy, okay, we know that there are certain patriarchates, which we call ancient patriarchates, the four of them, and then they were added the Church of Russia, Moscow Patriarchate, I mean, and the other Autocephalous churches. So I think this is a purely administrative division rather than an ecclesiastical one, spiritual one, let me say. So I was just wondering, in some ways, is he speaking the Ottoman language, if I may use the term? Ottoman language in the sense of administrative language that is also understandable by the Ottoman authorities, but at the same time he's using his role as a Greek Orthodox subject of the Ottoman Sultan. So how would you elaborate on this?
Yeah, actually it's a great question. I know that he was writing in Greek or in French. On the other hand, this memorandum was addressed to the authorities of the board, and his memorandum was discussed at the Meclis Valai Akami Adliye, which was summoned with the representatives of the Patriarchate and high Tanzimat statesmen like the Vezir Azam and Mustafa Reşit Pasha. So I think his intention was to enlighten the Ottoman statements about the function and the relationship between the Patriarchate and the Greek Autocephalous Church to show the political dimension of their function, and to discuss the subject with the whole Ottoman authorities. They ignored, I believe, that the Ottoman statement, all these functions of the Patriarchate, that his aim was to enlighten them and discuss this subject and about what to do and how could they incorporate and how could they rely on the Patriarchate's fidelity and loyalty.
I think it's very interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting.
To the non-Ottoman patriarchates as well.
Yeah, sure,
sure. It's very interesting. Thank you.
It is.
May I ask a question?
Please.
Thank you. I have a question for each of you. So, for Nikos, it's a bit kind of building on the question of ambivalent sincerity as well. And it's a very personal question, because whenever I speak about anything that metropolitan bishops, patriarchs will do that seem pro-Ottoman, the question is whether they're sincere or whether they're afraid. And I don't have an answer to that, because if you're in Istanbul, you have all the right to be very afraid, to say no to anything. So what does it look like when you look from a Russian perspective? And what would you answer to that question if you receive it at all? Like, is it our job to really think about the sincerity of these attitudes? Maybe I ask after that.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the sincerity of attitudes, of intentions is a matter that one cannot resolve with absolute certainty. But it is not, I would say, the most decisive and important. If one looks at the activities, which have also a dynamic of itself, the one step leads to another, and one is exposed towards the one or the other side and follows a certain path. I would say that this is what I tried to describe as an internal logic of this relations and the bonds with the Russian Tsar for the upper Greek Orthodox clergy. However, there is, in certain periods, especially in the mid-17th century, but also in the late 17th, and again in the time of Catherine II, there are instances of churchmen who seem to are after certain projects that they are pushing and they are promoting with their networks, with their people, even against the obvious intention of the Russian side. It is, as you said, it's much more easier to do something like that when you are in the Danubian principalities and corresponding with Moscow, or when you are in Moscow and Petersburg itself. That makes a lot of difference. But I would say that for a long time, until Peter the Great, I would say, it is the side, the side of the it's the Greek side that pushes those projects, and not the Russian side instigating revolts, etc. It was before starting the Russian-Ottoman wars. So regardless of the issue of sincerity, if one looks at the evidence of those activities, then does not suffice to interpret them as services to the Russian side, because they were not this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much. My other question is to Leonidas. So I loved how it ended, of course, and it reminded me, of course, of Voltaire and his attitude to clergymen, etc. And my question is, do you think the Ottomans at this point are enlightened?
And do you think that they would speak the same to Muslim, not clergymen, but religious men, or are they maybe making this distinction between what is true and what is not true for them, and then taking it on the clergymen?
Yeah, Yusuf, thank you very much for the question. The truth is that I have identified dozens of documents about first weeping icons, crying icons, and they were trying to eliminate this situation because they used to promote social and also political unrest. Also, I have found these documents concerning the persecution of the irrational among Muslims, but not ulemas. They didn't, I don't know if they didn't dare, if it was a political decision of a lot of Ottoman Tanzimat statesmen were at the same time devoted Muslims. Okay? But on the other hand, they used to persecute all these irrational practices like magic, like spelling, and they used to arrest these people. They used to exile these people famous for practicing magic or spells. So yeah, they are applying these methods both against the clergymen who were promoting the superstitions, but also against Muslims, but not ulema, not the official Muslim clergy. Now, if they are enlightened or not, I don't like this term personally, but they were I don't like neither this term that I'm going to use. They were trying to promote the so-called Western civilization. They wanted to show that they were equal, they were rational, they were promoting sciences, and of course, they were the advocates of cameralism. Okay, we use it, Tanzimat reforms, etc., etc. They were clearly influenced by cameralism. So yeah, they were, from this point of view, they were enlightened in order to build a new state and new relations with the society.
Thank you.
Lovely. Any other questions? Charalabos?
Okay, thank you so much for 3 brilliant papers. I have 2 questions for Yusuf and other 2 for Leonidas. First of all, it was really interesting what you mentioned about the intervention in money in 1790s. And I would like to know if there was any bishop mediator also during the Greek War of Independence. Did they send anybody to negotiate with the revolutionaries after 1821? And as I can understand, age was also as an excuse for some of these older bishops during the Belgrade incident. Did the Ottoman Empire experiment with younger bishops, or they thought to start hiring younger bishops as mediators? And for Leonidas, was there any projects to let's say Mousouros was active in trying to persuade Greek refugees, Ottoman Greek refugees, to return to the Ottoman Empire, and there was any projects for destroyed communities like in Chios or Ayvalik or Smyrna to be rebuilt with, let's say, government money? Thank you.
I will start with the second one. I will ask you to repeat the first one. So the general understanding is that the Ottomans are obsessed with age. The older you are, the better it is for them, because you are not easily swayed by your passions, etc. I do not know how much I agree with that, because I didn't really think of it. But also, this is an age of revolutions where being young, etc., sometimes in Ottoman documents as well, is praised just as a thing of its own. So being old is a good excuse that is used by Ottoman pashas quite frequently as well. Like in the Serbian Revolution, I have seen a few. I don't exactly remember how many, but it made an impression on me. Pasha is given the job of quelling the rebellion, and he says, "I'm too old, I don't want to do this," and he can apparently do that. And it's very similar to this case in a different levels, that the metropolitan can say, "I am too old, I cannot go there," and it apparently does not create a problem for them. So it might actually be just an excuse in some cases. The other question I will ask you to repeat, please.
So they had bishops as mediators in the during the Serbian Revolution, right? With the siege of Belgrade. What about the Greek Revolution? Who did they use?
So immediately in late March, already there are letters from the Patriarch to metropolitan bishops in the Morea, which come a bit late because it has already started. I have seen the one in Tripoli because it was where the Ottomans still controlled in the first months. Then later than that, there is pretty much no metropolitan bishop in the Morea. I think that would support the Ottomans. But in August of the same year, the next Patriarch sends a metropolitan bishop. It doesn't mention, as far as I know, where this person was from, but he's sent to Naxos, and he delivers letters to the Metropolitan Bishop of Naxos, who says, "We do not accept this patriarch. If the Ottoman Sultan wants him, let him put a turban on his head and use him however he likes him." So I think my general argument is that not just about the Greek Revolution, also the Serbian Revolution, you cannot use the metropolitan bishops in Serbia. Or Lofika, you cannot use the metropolitan bishops in Morea, because these people have very strong local ties. Especially in the Morea, a lot of them are Moreots, a lot of them are from families of the Kojabashes, so there is no way you can actually say to them, support the Ottoman power. What they do after Orlofika, for example, was very interesting for me, because they appoint metropolitan bishops from outside Morea, which only lasts for a decade, then they have to go back because they don't have that kind of power. So yeah, you cannot, my understanding is that if there's a revolution, a revolt, you cannot use the local metropolitan.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, you are very right, because periodically there used to be huge waves of Ottoman Greeks, especially in the capital, in Athens. And the Ottomans were always trying to monitor, to record this population, and were trying to promote and facilitate the resettlement in the imperial territories by granting tax exception or by granting them land. And we can see this tactic until the resurrections in Crete at the end of 19th century. Yeah. On the other hand, there were also another category of refugees, the so-called Firari. And the first great issue between the two countries, the two neighboring countries, Greece and the Ottoman Empire, occurred during the conversation, the discussion concerning the draft of the constitution and the decision of the Greek parliament to grant the privilege to the Psariot islanders to be elected at the Greek assembly. The Ottomans protested against this decision because actually they were Ottoman citizens. They used the term firari, which means the one who escaped his homeland. And it is interesting because they kept on using the same term until the beginning of the 20th century. For example, they used the same term to characterize another prominent figure of the Greek politics, which is Venizelos. But in every case, yeah, they were trying to promote the resettlement to the Ottoman Empire. The rehabilitation, actually, this happened just after the establishment of the independent Greek state. And we have the same incentives like tax exemption, like return of the confiscated properties, or granting of new lands in order to cultivate due progress, and of course these assurances given by Mahmud II.
Yes, please.
I thank you, all of you, for the very interesting papers. I have only a comment to the answer of Mr. Karabicak about the Naxos. Naxos was an island with more or less Catholic inhabitants. So there were also Orthodox, but the Catholic Church was very, very strong in that time. And I could not use Naxos as an example for the connection between the Patriarchate of Constantinople and the Greek revolutionary area.
If I may.
You answer?
They go to Naxos because they can go to Naxos. They cannot go with an Ottoman ship to any territory controlled with the... So the idea is to give it to the Metropolitan Bishop of Naxos, who will send it to Morea, which he refuses. So that was my point, sorry.
And on the other hand, if I remember well, you refer to a letter of Patriarch Eugenius II. And this letter is sent to the islands in general, not in Naxos, or the Metropolitanate of Paronaxia. That means Naxos and Paros had not Catholics in majority. Anyway, we thank you all.
We have time for perhaps a couple more questions, if there are any. Professor Errol, yeah?
Thank you. I want to connect maybe Yusuf's arguments and also Leonidas's paper, even though my question can maybe invalid because Leonidas's paper may be itself an answer to what I will say, but still I want to pose it because it's really, I've been thinking about this. So Yusuf, you said that using metropolitans, Orthodox prelates as people to mediate for political issues, to suppress rebellions, use them as diplomats, it wouldn't work, you said. But the interesting thing is that why did the Ottomans think that it would work? And I think it would work in the context of 1807, when the Orthodox when the Patriarchate of Constantinople was had a certain power among the others, and there was this ecumenical world. That ecumenical world wasn't yet shattered. These millets, the nations hadn't yet separated from the body of the Orthodox nation, and probably considering the power of the Patriarchate of Constantinople, the Ottoman power, the Ottoman mechanism, state mechanism was thinking that it could suppress these rebellions with that power. But when we look at Greek Revolution and beyond, then we say that the Ottomans, it was to Ottomans' benefit that they were actually divided, and it wanted it so because when we look at the Bulgarian issue, for example, the Ottoman Sultan gave the berat, the firman. So I wonder, where is the breaking point? Is the breaking point 1821, like Leonidas suggested, or did you want to suggest that, Leonidas? Like, do you take 1821 as a turning point?
Well, I suggest that it is a turning point, but it's not the only one. I think that the Ottomans were very clever to reject all the solutions they had in their hands in order to keep the integrity of their states. Is this a contradictory policy? Of course it is a contradictory policy, but the whole 19th century was full of contradictions. This was not limited to the state policies, but also to individuals. And let me remind you the Albanian Mulkigelis, who were prone to Ottomanism and Albanianism. This is a well-known phenomenon. We can also trace this to the individuals and prominent members of the Greek Orthodox community. For example, Avramidis, he was a prominent member of the Greek Orthodox community. He was a member of the Sylogi. He was promoting the Greek nationalism with other connotations, which meant progress on education, etc., etc. But does anybody know what his position was on in the Ottoman administration? He was responsible for the censorship in the regime of Abdul Hamid. This is very contradictory, but okay, it's 19th century, so.
Any final questions, comments? Very well. I'd like to thank our speakers for wonderful talks and what I think was a very thought-provoking Q&A session. I think we're asking very interesting questions and arriving at, if not answers, then some kind of dialectical process. Anyhow, not to keep anyone longer, thank you all for being here, and we'll now convene for a coffee break for about half an hour, I believe, and then we will reconvene for the keynote address by Professor Konotas. Thank you.
Before our keynote speech, I wanted to try to close this very fruitful workshop up. I'm very happy, to be honest. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, which would be pretty much impossible, but anyway. So I'm really happy that our speakers were able to present their work around the theme that we decided for, and it created so many opportunities to discuss even further. So it, for me at least, demonstrated that, of course, I don't know a lot, and I have to learn a lot from others, but also it demonstrated to me that there was something valuable in what I tried to do with the theme, and there was interest in it that could be taken further. So for that, I thank every participant, and I would like to thank all of you for coming here. And I don't know if you are still on Zoom, for people on Zoom who are still listening to us. And I will leave at that, and I will invite Maria. I was joking about introducing him, but I don't think she needs introducing, so.
I will continue in the same vein as Yusuf in saying a few things because I'm quite older than you, Yusuf, and most of the speakers of today's speakers. It is a wonderful privilege for us in this room to have had this symposium, this workshop, which is truly inspiring because it gives us a sense that there is so much more to do. And I think for all historians, for all, scholars, to have, to understand, to appreciate that there is archival material that we can find that we didn't know, but also that there is material that was published and we can look at it through new eyes. And all of you, did this in a very wonderful, exciting way. For me also, the fact that, I think for most of you, not me, you could have done this in 3 languages, at least, either Turkish or Greek, in addition to English. It really says something about the power of sort of exchange of languages, of cultures, of traveling, and of being really open-minded and crossing borders and boundaries that many fewer people could have done in the past. So it's truly an honor and a wonderful joy to have done this on the back of one of our fellows this year. I mean, and Yusuf, thank you very much for thinking about this and for really mastering all of your intellectual friends into coming here today. And I hope to see you again. We hope that you will be able to come back to the Gennadius and that you will let us know what it is that we have, what it is that we need to do in order to promote dialogue and discussion and really have this scientific and intellectual exchange. So because I'm not an Ottomanist, I think it is only, it is really time to invite to the podium the person who, in fact, is in many ways a spiritual, intellectual father to many of the people who were with us today. So it is an honor to introduce Professor Paraskevas Konartas, who is a retired professor of Ottoman history at the University of Athens. And his study began with, his research began with the study of the legal and political relations between the Patriarchate of Constantinople and the Ottoman government in the early centuries. But then he really opened up, trying to appreciate and understand financial aspects and also having a holistic approach that went into the later centuries. I was particularly impressed to hear him speak for a wider public in 2021 during the time of the pandemic, where we were all tuning in to hear sort of lectures, and really it was his way of approaching things in a seemingly simple and understandable way is really wonderful. So he's the author of a central monograph for the study of the Patriarchate of Constantinople in the Ottoman Empire, Οθωμανικές θεωρήσεις για το Οικουμενικό Πατριαρχείο, βεράτια για τους προκαθημένους της Μεγάλης Εκκλησίας, 17ος αιώνας με τις αρχές του 20ου αιώνα. So a book about the Ottoman perspectives or sort of views about the ecumenical patriarchate from the 17th to the 19th to the beginning of the 20th century. And this is a book that I understand that 26 years later, it's still central, it's still important, and it's still a reference for all of you who deal with the Ottoman Empire. And of course, he's an author of many articles and on questions of Ottoman history, Ottoman Greek identity and nationalism. He's also, as you can imagine, and as I already said, I mean, a teacher, a great teacher, a daskalos par excellence, at the universities of Corfu, Thessaly, and Athens. He's a product of the University of Athens, but also of a very wonderful and fruitful period in Paris, where I understand his approach to things and to history was sort of formulated. And he's currently working on a book project on 2 confiscation registers concerning the Patriarchate from the Greek Revolution. So without any further ado, I want to invite him to the podium or to the table, wherever you prefer, to speak to us on the evolution of historical research concerning the relationship between the Port and the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Constantinople, myths and realities. Professor Kornakis.
Thank you for your kind words, and thank you also for your warm hospitality. I thank also very much Dr. Karabicak. I feel honored and flattered to close this very, very interesting day. I learned many things, and I was really very happy to see gathered all this new generation of researchers concerning fields I have worked on, and at the end of my academic career, seeing that they will continue and they will find new paths and new horizons in these fields of research. I will try, knowing that you are all tired from a long day, I will try in half an hour maximum to give some basic elements concerning the research on the relationship between the Ottoman administration, the port, and the Orthodox Church, especially the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Constantinople. In order to do so, I will invite you to go further back before even 1657 to see the moment when those relations became a reality, when they started. The terms that and the characteristics, to say mainly, the main points that will that I will focus on is the term millet, the question of the privileges, so-called privileges of the Orthodox Church, of the sources used by the researchers, and I will start saying that the first steps on the historical research concerning the port, the relationship between the port and the Orthodox Patriarchate of Constantinople, respond to a necessity for the Patriarchate. They started at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th, mainly by Greek Orthodox scholars living in the empire, in the Ottoman Empire, or even in Western European countries. These first considerations concerning the relations in question had to prove that the so-called privileges of the Greek Orthodox people, in reality they were privileges of the Greek Orthodox Church, concerned the room mileti, the Greek Orthodox millet. They were established just after the fall of Constantinople. They had not changed since the 15th century till the 19th century. And the researchers of the time had not used but ecclesiastical sources. So we had not heard till a certain moment the voice of the other part, I mean the Ottoman part. Why? Because at the end of the 19th century, first, but mainly at the beginning of the second decade of the 20th century, first under the Hamidian regime, and mainly under the Young Turk government, the Ottoman state began to restrain the so-called privileges of the church concerning jurisdictional matters and educational matters, trying to unify the system of justice and the education. The church considered that its privileges were threatened, and we have the so-called pronomιακόν ζήτημα, the question of the privileges, that provoked a clash with the Porte. And finally, the Patriarchate was the winner. But until it could be the winner, the research had to show that those privileges were established by Mehmed the Conqueror. They had not changed till the beginning of the 19th century, so they were very strong, and no Ottoman government had the right to abolish or to restrain them. That's why the need of such a research. For instance, we have a book in 1924 published in Paris by a certain Papadopoulos, Les privilèges du patriarcat œcuménique, communauté grecque orthodoxe en parenthèse. After the Second World War, 1952, another Papadopoulos with two L's this time, published in Brussels a book entitled Studies and Documents Relating to the Greek Church and People under Turkish Domination. I underline the term Turkish domination. I underline the term Greek Church and Greek people. The Orthodox is absent. A second phase of the research, being more, rational and more historical, without responding to any need, appears through the book, very well known, of Stephen Runciman, with the very significant title, The Great Church in Captivity. The Great Church, the Patriarchate in captivity, captive under a foreigner rule. It's a very important book. For the first time, we had a global history of the Patriarchate under the Ottoman administration. But it is important to underline the captivity. From the title, the author, he was a Byzantinist, an excellent Byzantinist, introduce us to the climate of, he described the climate of the period, and also the limits of the period he described in his book, 1453, 1821. 1450 is understandable, but 1821 is not, because for the Patriarchate, the revolution, of course, it was a shock, the Greek War of Independence, but as we know now, through many researches, the situation started to come back to normal already after 1827. So, and the economical, jurisdictional, and other powers of the Patriarch continued as before, till at least 1861. So the book was adapted more to the Greek history than to the history of the great church. But it offered many things to the research. It was based mainly, or exclusively, mainly, permit to say, to Greek sources, but also to West European sources. The first interesting book, taking in consideration Ottoman sources, is the book of a Czech historian, Josef Kabarda, published in 1969 in French, in Brno, Czechoslovakia at the time, with the title Le système fiscal de l'Église orthodoxe dans l'Empire Ottoman. Kabarda had worked in the National Library, a Syrian Methodius in Sofia, where he worked on Ottoman berats delivered to Orthodox metropolitans in actual Bulgaria. It was the first time Kabarda studied the economical parameters of this relationship between the church and the state. A new period, a new era, started in 1922. At that time, a collective work under the title Christians and Jews in the Ottoman Empire was published in the United States. Among the editors, Benjamin Broad wrote, and included in this publication, an article under the title Foundation Myths of the Millet System. Broad discovered that millet, the term millet, that at that time, in the 19th century, or at the late 18th, had the meaning of religious community recognized by the Ottoman state and being under the authority of the religious leader, patriarch, nominated by the Ottoman state. The term millet did not appear before the first half of the 18th century in the Ottoman documents. So all this theory that Mehmed II had attributed to the first patriarch after the fall of Constantinople, Gennadius Library, the power over the whole Greek Orthodox millet, began not to be valid. And how could it be valid? Because at that time, in 1453, except the Patriarchate of Constantinople, there were 3 other patriarchates in the East on the history of which Professor Strolak has worked, and 2 autocephalous archbishoprics in the Balkans, Ohrid and Peć, Ipek. That was the first sign of that the traditionally established theory of the millet existing since 1453 had to be re-examined. The person who is speaking to you now started his research on the same issue at the beginning of the 80s, and the thesis had finished and defended in 1985. And the author decided to use at the same level ecclesiastical and Ottoman sources and put them in confrontation, having in mind that the ecclesiastical sources coming from the church would support the church's vision. What was that? The vision of the church was, we want to continue the Byzantine transition as much as we can under the framework, the Ottoman framework. So they tried to convince their flocks with their discourse that they continue the Byzantine tradition. On the other hand, the Ottoman documents tried to convince themselves, the Ottomans, that they nominate the high clergy and they are the source of any decision concerning the church, that the church was a part of the Ottoman administration. So, if by any chance we had not any Ottoman document concerning the church, we would believe that Byzantium continues to exist as it was before 1453. If we had no ecclesiastical but only Ottoman sources, we would believe that the Patriarch was an institution, or at the head of an institution, nominated by the Ottoman court, a part of the Ottoman administration. So the confrontation of those two kinds of sources could push us as closer to the truth. The research revealed also that this relationship, whatever it was, between the church and the state was not static but dynamic and evaluated through the centuries. This can be proved not only through the ecclesiastical documents, but also through the Ottoman documents. But there is a stable element, the Ottoman conviction that the Sultan nominates the Patriarch, the Metropolitans, the Archbishops, and the Bishops. It is interesting also to remark that between the ecclesiastical documents of the second half of the 15th century, about half a century after the fall, and the ecclesiastical documents at the end of the 16th, there is a very big difference in the manner they consider the Ottoman power. For instance, in the 15th century, we have synodal decisions saying we forced this metropolitan to abdicate because the outer hand forced us to do so. The outer hand is the hand out of the church, that means the Sultan's hand. At the end of the 16th century, the same documents, or analog documents, excuse me, say that one of the reasons for the end of a metropolitan's mandate is the abdication, but also the death, but also the Sultan's will. Such an admission during the 15th century would never have been accepted. Another thing, at the end of the 16th century, the patriarchs had opponents, hierarchs who wanted to take their place. What they could do to preserve their power? They could accuse their opponents to the Pope that this hierarch is dangerous for the public order, so please take him and condemn him to exile in an island or to the Sinai Peninsula. So the church provoked the immixtion of the Ottoman power in its interior in order to preserve the power of a patriarch who was in the throne. And one other, I don't want to get you to make you more tired. The last example concerns the nature of the patriarchal how to say it, the patriarchal axioma? Office, according to the Ottomans, excuse me. The patriarchal office had to be adapted to an Ottoman institution. So it was assimilated to a mukata. That means that the porter were given, according to a hierarch, the power to exerce its functions, patriarchalic, the patriarchal authority, metropolitlic, the metropolitan's authority, episkoposlouk, the episcopal authority, associated with the perception of some revenues. But that had a concrete duration, mostly 1 year. That was a mukata. So the Porte did not recognize till 1714 the patriarchal dignity as a dignity till the death of the owner of this dignity. That came in 1714 under the covering of another Ottoman institution, Malikiane, that is giving some revenues to somebody for life. These are some examples that revealed by the confrontation of Ottoman and ecclesiastical sources. To the same conclusions arrived Elisabeth Zachariadou in 1996, publishing her book, 10 Turkish documents concerning the Great Church. And at the same time, other researchers like Dimitris Apostolopoulos, Machi Paisi Apostolopoulou, Dimitris Stamatopoulos, without using Ottoman sources, contributed and apported new things on this field. And now we heard Elif Bayraktar Telan, Hassan Cholak, Yusuf Ziya Karabicak, and all the other promising young Ottomanists who gave us something more till now and are promising to give us much more in the future, I think, that finally the Patriarchate can be studied as an Ottoman institution. What does it mean? And I'll finish with that. That the Patriarchate is not only a matter of Greek modern history, is a matter of Ottoman history. And further, that Greek modern history and Ottoman history are bounded, and it is a consideration that is very interesting to have in mind in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to reflect on the field in the last, a few decades or longer decades. And thank you, for mentioning Veta Zachariadou, who was a great friend of the library, of the Gennadius Library, and we miss her dearly. It's always very interesting, especially for a research library, to have the people who are there very often and who really make you grow with the way in which they use the resources of the library, they write about them, and all of that. Are there any questions to Professor Konnortas? I have a question here from the previous session that I think came late, but are there any questions from the floor? Or we're all very tired.
Τώρα, πολύ αστείο μου φαίνεται να σου μιλάω αγγλικά. Anyway, just a clarification. You said that one of the differences between the attitude of the Patriarchate at the beginning of the period and the end of the period had to do with the way in which the rivals of the Patriarch were treated. They were denounced as dangerous people, and the Ottoman government was made to exile them, etc. This, you mean, was something that happened at the beginning of the period and not at the end? So there was, do you imply that there was a greater omerta within the Greek Church from a certain point onwards? I didn't understand the question, sorry. Can you repeat? Είπες ότι στην αρχή της Οθωμανικής περίοδου υπήρχε η τάση να χρησιμοποιείται σαν όπλο εναντίον αντιπάλων του Πατριάρχη η καταγγελία ότι είναι επικίνδυνοι και να γίνεται παρέμβαση για να εξοριστούν κιόλας. Κάποια στιγμή έπαψε δηλαδή αυτός ο τρόπος χειρισμού του προβλήματος? It continued till the end. I mean till the mid of the 19th century.
Thank you very much, Professor Konnortas. You mentioned this passage from Mukata to Malikiane, and it happens at the same time with the advancement of the Phanariots to the thrones of Moldavia and Wallachia. Would you like to elaborate a little bit on the relations between the Patriarchate and this Greek Orthodox elite?
I would say it is not a pure coincidence. This period, beginning from the end of the 17th century and going till the Greek War of Independence, was the, how to say it, the most brilliant period for the Patriarchate. Why? Because thanks to this, to the help of those Phanariots that I dare to call Orthodox Ottomans, the Patriarchate obtained more geographical jurisdiction. Thanks to this Phanariot milieu, the Ottoman Porte abolished the two autocephalous archbishoprics of Ohrid and Pech. And so the Patriarchate could nominate metropolitans till Bosnia that had never happened even during the Byzantine times. And it is very interesting, and thank you for the question, to mention that, of course, for the abolition of the two archbishoprics was necessary a Hati Sherif, decree of the Sultan. That was signed, and then an ecclesiastical act followed, accepting the results provoked by the Hati Sherif. And what they say, as before, the Vasilis, the Byzantine emperors, had the right to publish neare, to publish decrees, to regulate the ecclesiastical affairs. So now the sultans can publish Hati Sherif that is the same. So they recognize the Sultan as successor of the Byzantine emperors. And all these things, of course, were destroying after the Greek War of Independence. The confidence the Porte had to those clerics of the Phanar, of course, they came back, as our colleagues have revealed, 10 years later, but it was never as before.
The Phanariots too came back, but it was never the same.
Under another name.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Konnortas, for your talk. I would like to ask about the political changes that happened in Greece, so that maybe those allowed you, or you as being, I think, the first scholar who began to think beyond the received narrative. You said that you started your studies...
No, Benjamin Brod was the first.
Yes, as a Greek scholar. So in the early 80s you started, and I wonder what was the relationship with that, with the end of the dictatorship in Greece.
Oh.
And just a little bit, I just want to say one more sentence. As Greek academia moved beyond the Byzantine Empire taken as a Greek empire, by ramification, by continuation, Patriarchate as a Greek institution, the Greek academia moved from that, as far as I see, with your work first and later on. But in Turkey, we don't have the synchronous development. In Turkey, people started to think much later, perhaps in the 1990s, because they were in the 80s, there was the coup and the after coup and all that. So this must have And obviously it has some relationship with the political changes in a country. So I just want you to place it situated in that.
Thank you. You touched now a very, how to say it, a general issue concerning the Greek historical research. It is true that after the military regime, we had a boom of how to say it, researches and publications, articles and books, and a renewal, a new vision of our own history. Many researchers that were my mentors, if I may say, came from abroad and introduced us to think differently. This is due to them. Of course, this era is a revolutionary era, if I may say, for Greek historiography. It is true. Thank you.
May I make a comment or read a comment? Which I don't think you have to answer, but anyway. So it's an anonymous attendee and who totally appreciates your final comment that the Ottoman and modern Greek histories are bound together and thus need to be understood together. However, he or she is wondering whether we really need to identify the Church as an Ottoman institution, because they feel that this is projecting a term or identity onto historical actors and institutions that they themselves did not use. So it seems problematic.
I don't say, and I think that my colleagues do not support this, that the Church is only an Ottoman institution, or was only an Ottoman institution. Of course, for the believers, Church has a mission. But even for the believers, Church has also other, except the religious ones, I mean, functions. It's an economical organization, it's an ideological organization, it's a political organization, it's a jurisdictional organization. It was like this, it is like this, it will be like this. According to me, of course. But I never said that it was only an Ottoman institution during this period. Of course it was a Christian Orthodox jurisdiction. Of course it made many efforts to preserve the Byzantine tradition. And if we have this Byzantine tradition, it's due to the Church. I don't deny all this. But it was, at the same time, also an Ottoman institution. And it behaved as such. For instance, we have many sources saying that you had, for instance, the Christian Orthodox populations had to pay to the Church, to the Metropolitan or the Patriarch, every year a certain sum. If they could not or they did not pay, the Church asked from the Ottoman authorities to force them to pay. So the same Church involved the Ottoman state in its internal functions and its relationship with their folks. That's an example. Thank you.
Do you mind? I mean, I will read the question that was posed at the end of the previous section, and you can choose to answer, or somebody else would. So the question is whether one can notice any kind of confessional reforms, changes on the part of the Patriarchate of Constantinople in the context of, or perhaps against, the autocephalous Greek Church after the declaration of autocephaly in 1833. So if there are any changes on the part of, or reforms on the part of the Patriarchate. I don't see a very important willingness. Maybe you don't see any changes, or you're not prepared to tell us that what they are. Yes, institutionally, I guess. So I would leave it to the fact that maybe there needs to be more research on that. But if there are no other questions, I would like to thank Professor Konnortas for...
Thank you.
And of course, invite you all for a glass of wine. Really, we hope that this is just the beginning of a discussion, and we'll see most of you, all of you again. Thank you very much.